Hereby call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Education. I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the agenda, please.
Motion.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And without further ado, presentations, Bullitt Central.
I'll stop the stopwatch right here. You are good. All right, this was 5 years ago in the auditorium when we started out this little venture to try to change the culture and the climate of Bullitt Central. So this was a toast for change, and here's our results now. We'll start. You've got a little sheet in front of you, I think, that's got, and I'm kind of going to follow along. Our GAP students, we led the county. This was 20% of our accountability. Last year we had 24.2% proficient. This year we were 42.1 proficient distinguished. It was a 17.9% increase in performance with our GAP students. That's how our special education and free and reduced lunch kids performed on the end of course exams, like compared to everybody else. And so we're real proud of that 17.9% increase for GAP students. Our growth, this is how our students performed on the plan to the ACT. We've always felt like we move our kids. We've never been able to prove it. Now we can prove it. This is how kids that may score 14 on the plan compared to other kids who score 14 on the plan, and we moved them up an 8-point game from 53 to 61, and we were also #1 in the county and from plan to ACT growth. College and career readiness, this is a little interesting. The thing that we felt like we had worked the hardest really was a wash. And if you look at it, last year we had 122 college ready. This year we had 104. We were down 18 students meeting the college ready. Career ready academic, last year we had 60. This year we had 87. So we had 27 more kids. We had meeting the technical side, meaning they passed the actual COSA or industry certificate. We went from 46 to 82. So we raised it 36. So we're really feeling like we made a gain. But the career ready total went from 25, who matched it all up, to only 49, from 25 to 49, which was a 24-point gain, but still it didn't turn out to be the same. It was a 41% of our grads were college and career ready, which was a decrease of 5 points, and then bonus-wise, we lost a couple points for 48 to 50. So those 18 kids left sitting on the shelf that didn't make college ready were that big a deal. It cost us right there. So just from one year to the next, and then 87 and 82, we made big gains, but when they have to meet both parts of the academic and technical, so that means 50 kids actually put it together, which is very disappointing. That means half of them made the technical side, which is extremely difficult. We've gone back and audited it. I just can't believe it's still right, but we've looked everywhere, and it is what it is. So that's our one little, if there's a dip, it went from a 46 to a 41%. So nearly half our kids met those standards, but a little off the mark. And that's what we felt we'd worked the hardest on. So we feel we're really on track to beat that this year already, and we're rolling. So we know where we are, and we're tracking it. Our graduation rate last year was a 68.2, and it grew a 19.1 gain to an 87.6. End of course exams, which will ultimately be our achievement score. We broke it down by content because it's really important to take a look. End of course English 2, this is where the reading score comes from. Last year we were at 54.3, that's the points you get for apprentice, proficient, or distinguished, and we were up 5 points, which is 59.3, so up in reading, which is English 2, and those are English 2 teachers. Language mechanics, that part comes from the plan test, and your grammar, we went from a 64.5 to a 65.7, up a point, so still making some growth there. So English 2, well done. But they were outpaced by our on-demand writing. On-demand writing went from 66.1 to 71.8, a 5.7% jump. We've led in on-demand writing. That's been our bright spot for many years, and we maintained it again. It is not the students, it is the system to the students to get them there. Our kids have always written, even when things didn't look well in other areas. But also to be outpaced by the U.S. history. Last year we were 39.6% of our kids were apprentice, proficient, or distinguished, and we made a 28.6% jump, 68.2%. It was an incredible gain in U.S. history. And I believe that's the power of one. The gentleman on the left, Mark Ledford, added to this team, and his 120 kids that he affected made a huge gain and jump. So the power of one teacher is incredible. He came from Meade County, and he was a great asset to that already existing team. But at 28.6, and you know the U.S. history standards are massive. They can't even settle on them really to get them what we're going to teach. And for our kids to go in, sit down, and outperform most schools across the state, incredible, incredible. So, but U.S. history was outdone in gains by the biology team, who last year went from a 32.9 to a 61.6, 28.7 point gain in biology. And those are the biology team of old, new, young. Everybody on that team is drastically different. And if you think a PLC, you want to model one, you model this team, because you couldn't be more drastically different, yet they bring all their strengths, they work together, and they are amazing, and they truly collaborate, share. And Bo Kalen personally took it personal when the scores came back so dismal the year before, and really focused. And basically, he taught the entire standards twice. They taught it, and then they repeated it again, and with all hands on. So he had a whole different system, and it jumped us from a 32 to a 61.6. To be outdone by the Algebra 2 team. Went from 25% of our little kids went in there, and again, that's a little bit, remember, I told you last year that our Algebra 2, we reshuffled kids, and we had a really small select group of kids, and 25.8 wasn't really representative of where we were in Algebra 2, because we reorganized and only a small select of kiddos took the test. But statewide, you couldn't explain that to anybody. It looked like 28%, 25% of your kids. But when our real students went to the table and sat down and took the test, 61.9% met those Algebra 2 end of course standards with a 36.1% gain, and those Algebra 2 teachers are in the room. Ms. Kim Foster, Angela Marshall contributes, and Reva Johnson, Algebra 2. So well done for that team, and that's also Wade Williams. He's a national boards teacher, and that's the Algebra 2 team. All of those scores put together were our achievement points, and we went for end of course exam 43.8% to a 64.3, which is 20.5% jump on achievement scores. So these are huge gains in those areas. Our AMO last year was the big culminating score, which was a lovely 48. The state of Kentucky said your goal is a 49. And our faculty said we're not interested in that. We want to hit proficient. So in order to get proficient, you needed to at least get a 58. So we set our personal goal in our library with a 58. I don't know if we really believed we could get there, but that's what we set it at, and we went to work. And our overall score went from a 48 to a 60.7% overall AMO. So you want to just go crazy anytime you want to back there. That's a huge jump, and we're extremely proud of that. We met our AMO goal, we met our participation rate goal, and we met our graduation rate goal. And because we met all of those three and met the state goal, that made us, where are we? That made us proficient. And that's the first time in modern accountability system Bullitt Central High School has been proficient. So we're really excited. Yay. And truly, during any type of, since No Child Left Behind or any accountability system, Bullitt Central's never really shown what we can do. This is the first. It's, we believe it's a comprehensive look at your school from 5 different data points, and we were able to really show where we move kids. And that you could see in our gap kids and our growth, end of course, and we're just extremely proud. We also, because Bullitt Central was one of the top 10% in improvement, meaning we were one of a small group of schools made the most gains, they gave a new label called highly progressing school. So not only are we proficient, but we are highly progressing, top 10%. And I've not seen the list. I don't know where we were in that list to see the gains in percentile. But we also were excited about that title. Percentile rank, probably one of the most embarrassing things that hit as a principal is the percentile rank, and that's where they stack you 1 to wherever you are. And Bullitt Central was so proud of this 19th percentile. There we sat, and we knew that score wasn't really reflective of what goes on in our building. We couldn't explain the graduation rate really, and end of course we knew our biology and our Algebra 2 had been realigned, and we were refocused, and the test got us. But to go from the 19th percentile to the 79th percentile, and that's a massive jump in the state. And we're very, very proud of going from 19, which was the bottom of the barrel, to the 79th. And this is what we can say based on that 79. We didn't make school history because we were for the first time proficient in any state accountability. We're among the top 10% of improving schools. We are in the top 21% of high schools in the state of Kentucky, and out of 234 public schools, we are a top 50 performing high school kids, which means those kids from Shepherdsville and LJ and Nichols went in there and sat down in that gym and took those tests and competed with every other kid across the state of Kentucky, and they performed in the top 50.
You live down Cedar Grove? What's going on?
Cedar Grove.
Get some love over
Yeah, I got some love. The love is coming. So we are extremely excited. We lowered our novice in every category in language and mathematics, went from 58 to a 20, reading from a 39 to a 34, science from a 42 novice to a 14, social studies to 49 to 24, writing 14 to 10. Every area in novice was reduced drastically, reduction in novice in our area. We increased our percentage of proficient and distinguished in every category. Mathematics, 10 to a 44, all the way across the board. Science, 8.3 proficient and distinguished to a 37.3. Social studies. We didn't bus in kids. These were our kids. And we're real excited that all of those data points, all of them, not one or here or there, but all were drastic improvements, and we're tickled to death about it. I guess you're going to want to know, well, what maybe same thing we've been doing every year. I sat in front of you even when the scores weren't something we were proud of, but it's a process, and I do think the academic levels vary from year to year from our kids, but the culture of Bullitt Central is not the same culture when we started. It's just not. Kids, discipline data, attendance data, dropout data, expulsion data, suspension data, just the overall connection, it's improved all the way around. I don't know why it keeps doing that little thing. I wish it would quit. We've aligned our curriculum. You know, Bo Kalen sat down with me. He said, I didn't teach the right standards. I was over here. We needed a quality, and we got it. And we feel like we're very focused. If the state will leave it alone, I think we'll just keep on progressing. Quit that. We monitor teacher practices through all the walkthroughs and the non-negotiables that are now just normal teaching norms. You should change that title from non-negotiable to norms. It's normal. It's what we do. It's what is expected, and I don't think we could teach differently. It is what it is now at Bullitt Central. And we monitor it, and they are really compliant themselves. The central area, all the schools behind me, every time they send a student to us as a freshman and they walk through the door with two things, a basic academic level ready for high school and some type of hope. We don't screw them up when we got those two things. They stay with us and they move forward. So by far, probably the biggest factor is that the central area schools, Burnheim and Bullitt Lick, and all the elementary schools are sending us students that are ready for high school work, period. That alone right there is the reason. So thank you guys. That's truly, beyond that, that's the reason. The whole central area movement of not accepting less from first grade on. And they're not little poor kids or free reduced lunch kids or whatever. They're students that can learn and can achieve, and we're all setting that culture and talking college from day one, and it's making the biggest difference. The power of one, we have really strong PLC teams and master teachers that are teaching the ladies that are here, Kim Foster, Angela Marshall, Brian McKinley, Reba Johnson that are in the room. Their work is just incredible and tireless, and it was tireless and incredible last year, and it's been tireless and incredible for many years. It's just the accountability system kind of measures all of that work, and we're just starting really to see the benefits of all these teachers. But I do say the power of one, because a key teacher move to an area has made big differences, big gains, because they affect 120 test scores. And when you have the right people teaching and you have some consistency, which brings this, it's consistent for the first time. We have very little turnover at Bullitt Central. Teachers stay, teachers work together. There are PLC teams that now have been together the whole time, and they're just, they want me out of the way because they're leading their programs and they're invested and they own it. Ability grouping and reading and math, we've been doing that all along. We have the right kids in the right classes taking the right courses. They're not in Algebra 2 when they're not Algebra 2 ready. They're not in reading and learning Shakespeare when they need to learn just reading context or fluency. And we feel like we're getting better and better. Data is helping, technology is helping, and we really can track the kids and group them by their abilities and meet their needs where they are. And so they're moving for the first, they're moving, and that helps. Our time and our scheduling, we have more kids, it was a phenomenal, guidance counselors are here tonight. There was a huge disconnect at Bullitt Central from, we would give these great career speeches, and then kids would schedule for classes, and they would do totally opposite of what we asked them to do. They would just totally pick random classes. You can attest to that. It was just off. And when we started auditing those and we pushed each other to say, well, let's look at what they're taking. And it was nonsense. It was no career pathways. It was opposite and random. And we eliminated a lot of teachers' aides, and several. Physical education is important, but we don't need it 3 times a day. You know, we eliminated a lot of that. So we've got kids taking meaningful classes in pathways, but the counselors have done an incredible job getting the right kids in those pathways. It's a major puzzle, and those kids, when we run our master schedule report, 98% of the kids get the courses they want in a timely way, and that's huge. Before, they didn't. They might wait a year. So great progress in that, and that means a lot when kids are taking the right classes. The new organization of the Bullitt Alternative Center has been incredible. Less distractions in our school because the kids that aren't ready to learn are not there. That's made a big difference. That's been a huge system for us. Huge. And you can't underestimate, it's been a quiet year and we're learning, and we can do walkthroughs because we're not overwhelmed with discipline and distractions. And that's huge, and we can't ever let that go or diminish the importance of that. It's been a big difference for Bullitt Central in the culture. 10 disruptive kids can just totally dominate me and everybody behind me. And we can never become instructional leaders because you're just maintaining order. So it means a lot. Teachers are monitoring their test results, and they're planning for mastery, and it's just not good enough anymore to get a C and move on. They got to come back and retake it again, just like everybody else is doing. And, you know, nobody likes change and nobody likes to be pushed on, but relentless is the word. You know, there wasn't a learning target, there wasn't an exit slip prior to Keith saying there will be change, and there will be, and you will monitor it, and we will go down to room by room and say, Ms. Coulter, there are 4 rooms that do not have a learning target. And we might have stammered and stuttered and fussed, but it ultimately, in a really rapid moment, changed our teaching culture. And that has to be a testament to Mr. Davis. And board members, if you lose sight of that, you're very foolish. So, because we wouldn't have gone as fast, I wouldn't have known to go as fast without him telling me you will, with Greg Schultz and Dave Marshall and that team saying this is our teaching non-negotiable and you will do it. I don't care if you like it or don't like it, we're going to change, and we did, and it's made a big difference. So amen there, and don't lose sight of that, because whether I like it or not, that's a big play, and I like it. So there you go. All right. And it's just been a team effort. The counselors and the APs are here. Miss Angela Price, site-based member. Angela Marshall's been dragging in here every year, sitting beside me as a site-based member. Kim Foster and the other folks behind us. And it has truly been a team effort from district, from Keith, all the way down to everybody involved. And obviously we're proud, but we wouldn't have known to go as fast as we were if the district didn't drive us in that instructional side of it. And they did, and then we worked on the culture part, and then everything came into play. So, any questions?
Wow.
Time. Hang on, what do we do here?
How'd you do?
Not too bad, 18 minutes. A little long, sorry. Sorry.
Perfect. I didn't need to know. You're okay.
All right.
It's going to be a hard act to follow.
Yeah, we've never felt the pressure. Today at the faculty meeting, we started talking, and somebody said, well, you know, is this a fluke? Can we maintain? All this whole different realm of pressure hit us today, you know, because we were always the underdog. We're always fighting and digging and saying, we're going to get there, we're going to get there. And you know, it is a system, and it is comprehensive, and we're working it on every angle. We worked it a year ago when we were 19th percentile at every angle all day long. So it is nice to finally reap the benefits and see the rewards of the efforts of all the people behind me and the 80 of them that have gone home or at the soccer game in the rain or wherever they are. So it's good.
It hit me because over the last 20 years, I've been the one visiting all of the progressing schools. What are they doing different than what we're doing? And made visit after visit after visit and go to those schools and go, they're not doing anything different than we're doing. So what's the deal? And so now I feel like I'm going to be the focus, because now people are going to here going, what are you doing different than we are? Because
I think the culture is a huge, huge piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Huge.
two things. I saw today, I don't know if Andy or sent it out or somebody else about your future Cougar Cub thing. Is that,
It was
is that your email?
It's from Mike Gossett, the future Cougars
That is-
football.
Yes, at the football game Friday
I
night.
don't know if you all saw that, but they are inviting and giving free admission to parents and students of their feeder schools to one of the football games and having them line up. And it sounds like, and tell me if it's not right, but kind of bringing those kids into that culture, this central area culture, it's an amazing idea. I mean, I think you did it last year too.
We started with our homecoming parade and trying to get our middle schools in the bands to play in the parade and get Cedar Grove puts a float in and trying to connect with central area. And we thank them at graduation, invite elementary and middle back for graduation, and really feel a movement of central area that to keep them in the central area, keep them at home, keep them, keep them strong, keep them coming.
I think that's one of the benefits of being in Bullitt County versus Jefferson County too, is I still believe in a neighborhood school.
Right.
Because the culture is so different.
Yep. And would be remiss, I don't know, you just give yourself a big round of applause for Christy Culture, but
Thank you.
So you felt the pressure. So what's in store for next year?
Just keep on working the system and keep pushing and not let up. And we're asking teachers to analyze these scores real in depth. And I gave them a sheet today, and it was what's staying in place, what's working, what do you feel like needs to come off your plate, and is there a new initiative we need to take a look at per department, per PLC, whittled down to just English one, and everybody will have a voice, and that'll drive a whole new CSIP. We started on it today, and so we'll know in a week. We give them a couple weeks to look at it and really break it down, and then we'll see what they think needs to come out, what needs to stay in, and is there any new initiative to continue to grow? Is there an area that's hot button that we can build on new, and that'll drive a new CSIP?
Does it feel a little scary?
I'm not going to let it for just a little while, just to try to, I'm just not, yes, but there's a part that wants to start worrying about it, but I just feel for 24 years, the respect and the validation, I'm just going to make myself and make all of us enjoy it for just a little longer, and then we'll start worrying about it. But, we walk in every classroom, nobody just wipes off the learning target and says we can relax, we're at the 79th percentile. That system is ingrained. We're doing that, and, another Cougar Connection Day coming up in a couple weeks, and just trying to stay on top of it and continue to dig and get every student, every child, every kid. We had our highest ASVAB. Mark just tested ASVAB a few weeks ago, and we had our highest pass rate we've ever had. So that's a great indicator. Every time we take an assessment or PSATs tomorrow, and we missed the national merit by 2 points, and every little indicator is starting to just.
Well, this is a tremendous springboard, and you're right, Ms. Ashby. Culture is a huge piece of the puzzle, because if you have the right culture in place, you can roll with punches.
Yeah.
You can come what may. If you have the right culture in place, everything else will follow, I believe.
Right.
So.
We'll expect some ebb and flow as we go, but it validates our system, and we'll just keep working it and move as many kids as we can over the top.
Who's your college career coach?
Erica LaMarche.
And how's it, because that's one place that it was a little difficult. Are y'all looking at other places, like I know Simpson County, they were 69th percentile, I think. They really had a huge increase, and I'm not sure just what they did.
I can't imagine, we've got to go find out why, because how we can work smarter, because I know we're working harder, because we've got the war board up, and we're looking kid by kid, and we're compassing and, going through it all, and we do need to get out and see how other schools are, just popping in with 60 and 70% compliance, because it's boggling, it's mind-boggling, the work we're doing. But, it's a whole new focus. Our vocational teachers are where our end-of-course teachers were last year. They got smacked in the mouth, and they're a little offended by it, and they're digging, and they are just eating up those standards. And they're making sure those kids, are proficient in these 30 things is what you'll be tested on, and, employability skills might, they came today, and so we've got a whole unit, they built a 14-page exam that says this is, whatever, for employability, it catches everything, and that's going to be on every COSA, and our teachers built it, we'll share it, they're going to start taking it, and, hopefully the vocational people are real invested now, because they know that they didn't carry the load, and they're really working hard to get there.
I think leadership is a key in any organization, and your leadership is definitely a plus. But I think the people behind you, in their own respect, are leaders.
Absolutely.
Whether it's in their PLC groups or in their classroom. ultimately, students are looking to them. And their lives and their futures are being changed by their attitudes.
You know.
And we're seeing the results of that.
Everything just kind of came together. Our Close the Deal initiative, when last year's senior class, 94% were accepted to college, 3.9 million in scholarships, and 62% completed a FAFSA. It was one of the highest FAFSA completion high schools in the state completed it. That means they not only got accepted, but they had a plan to pay for it, which is a great sign that they'll actually go. 60%, and that's the career coach that sat with kid by kid. And we meet once a month, and she's got a list, and we're building it, and we had our Close the Deal a couple weeks ago. It was huge and positive, and it just felt electric again. We kind of recaptured that, and same focus, you know, that those kids will find a plan, they'll find a life, and they're going to dig out, and they'll be better adults, and, you know, it's just a whole big comprehensive approach. We're hitting them from every angle. So,
Well done.
okay, thank you, guys.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all for being here.
And we are on schedule.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to sit here this time.
You can stay right there.
I'll remind you that right.
My scores are with you. Thank you.
I can give you yelling downstairs.
What's the password?
Should be CO Ward.
CO Wardner?
It'll do the same thing I do with yours.
We'll go to Sean.
Hold on, she gets, give me a name a second.
That's so good.
Got it.
Got it?
Haven't heard of him.
Do you want me to close that for you? Sure.
I'd like him to watch that on video and sign it.
Said he signed it.
Give him some homework. And then I got a phone call from work to get back
Finding problems. We get to go
They used to have a website on the website too. I couldn't come get it, so.
That's the same thing. It's gonna be a long day because they would go to the regional meeting. So.
Do that next.
So do you want this sheet, or do you want me to go to this?
I'll go.
Which one? Do you want to go back to the profile?
That's fine right there. Perfect.
Right there? Okay. Let me know if anything else.
I appreciate it. Good evening. Hello. I'm Troy Cobb. I'm the principal at Burnheim. It's my first year. Started first day of school, first half of the last day of school. You may have seen me in the Pioneer News. Introduce our people here. We've got Miss Johnson at the end. She's our site-based member, along with Mr. Westerfield. He started out the year teaching 6th grade math. Now he's up in the 8th grade. Site-based member. This is Karen Smith, counselor. I asked her to come sit up here because she's the only other person from the school in the room. And Ms. Price, who I think is on every site-based.
I thought it was because I was important.
And you're important. I want to give credit where credit is due. Burnheim scores are phenomenal. Their teachers are amazing, and that's just where it starts. We said when Ms. Coulter was presenting that the leadership is key there as well, and that's true. The previous principal, Bobby Hart, did a great job last year, as evidenced by the scores, and also Willie Foster, who was principal the previous 2 years. They just established a really good foundation of excellence that was really started with the principal before them, Bob Bright, who sort of changed the direction Burnheim went. Willie picked up the mantle, so to speak. Bobby carried it on. So now here I am.
Hopefully you'll stay longer.
I'm hoping to stay longer than that. And that's really sort of, when we go into the scores, how do you improve? Because as you can see here, we start off with the great news. Burnheim is in the 87th percentile in Kentucky. That's pretty awesome. And it was interesting meeting when we were able to reveal those things, because the staff was just ecstatic when they saw their scores. And there were people crying, they were in tears, and most of them said, what did it take to be a distinguished school? Because they saw the proficient progress, and that's awesome. What did it take to be distinguished? Well, 90. That's what we got to get. We got to get 90. So they went from elation to how do we get better? And that's just what Burnheim does. They just want to get better all the time, as is clear with these scores. As you can see, last year they had a score of a 59 percentile, 56.4. State of Kentucky, of course, said that they have a goal of a 57.4. I don't know what they decided back then they wanted it to be, but they clearly exceeded that with a 63.3, a pretty significant increase. So we'll walk through some of the scores here. I did not make a snazzy PowerPoint like Ms. Coulter. Thank you for showing the rest of us up. You can move up here if you'd like. Reading scores here. I just hit the novice and the proficient and distinguished. And I won't read all these to you, but just to him, in reading for our whole school, 19.5 novice. The interesting part here is when you compare Burnheim to the district and the state, we are under them. We are below the district and the state scores on that, and you'll see that consistently through all of this, as well as in the proficient and distinguished range. We are above that. Burnheim is achieving well. Same thing here with math. 11.1% novice there, well below, and then 58.5 proficient and distinguished, well above district and state. Science, 6.5. Proficient and distinguished, 64.1. And then social studies, 4.4. And I wish Miss Faith was able to be here. Miss Faith, she was our 8th grade social studies teacher last year. And she started out this year. She just recently moved to Eastside this week. So we're sad to see her go. But when these scores were read, when she saw her scores, she was in tears, just crying. And it made you want to cry with her because she was so proud of all of her hard work and achievement. And then proficient and distinguished here, 69.8. Writing, we're particularly proud of writing because like at Bullitt Central, Burnheim students write, and they write all the time. And if they aren't able to do anything else, they write. 5.4 novice, 67.5, well above district and state. Language mechanics, 26.6 there, and the proficient and distinguished 4.9. In these scores, there are areas of improvement. As we look to how to improve, we can talk about changes that were made in science to help prove those science scores this year, and in language mechanics, there are things we're doing to be more intentional about increasing that. But overall, Burnheim is very proud of their scores. As far as a culture goes, when I first came into Burnheim, that's the one thing I heard was this is a community school. People love to send their kids there. Teachers love to teach there, and that's what I've seen. I actually met with every teacher after school started. They scheduled a time with me to meet, and one of my questions to them was, what's your favorite thing about this school? What do you like best about it? And almost every single one of them, well, no, every single one of them said either I love to teach here, I love to work here, or I love the students. It's probably about half and half answers, and they both pretty much mean the same thing. Our teachers want to be there, and they make our kids want to be there, and they make our kids want to learn. So, do you all have any questions for us? One other quick thing, I wanted to give credit to Kari Stewart. She's our curriculum coach. Fantastic. She does a really good job at coaching our teachers, helping students individually, getting into the room to help students and teachers, and she also helps me as well. She's been a really big asset to me this year.
Your science scores.
Yeah.
Let's talk
What are you,
about that.
what are you planning to do?
Our science, last year we had a science teacher who was new to the building, first year teacher. And we have helped her this year by getting her trained in thinking strategies. That took place last year, and she's really pushed into that this year. She is a lab classroom host as well. Also, from my understanding, the 7th grade overall as a team last year was not a very positive environment. Could have been much better. Some switches were made, and that culture, that team has really changed dramatically. And she is an absolutely fantastic teacher. And as I was saying with Miss Faith when we introduced those scores, and she was so excited, that 7th grade science teacher was the opposite of that. She saw a great room for improvement. She took that to heart. And I think next year we'll see some really big increases there as well. But we're also doing on our reading, talking about how we're sort of carrying on. We're introducing a close reading model process. It's a more analytical way to read text. Ms. Stewart's doing a good job of training all of our teachers and then helping them teach the students how to read more analytically and closely with all their texts that they are presented with. Ms. Johnson, who is our 7th grade math, one of our 7th grade math teachers, she just started this week something that is called, I call it 360 math, but that's not it. It's 360 degree math. And it was an idea that she saw in this Teach documentary. I didn't see it. I have it at home. I just haven't seen it yet. But over fall break, we have put whiteboards all over a room. So it's 360 degree whiteboards all around a room. And the idea is students are up working in groups or in pairs or individually at the whiteboard. She can monitor their progress 360 degrees, and she kind of gets that immediate formative assessment feedback that we want. There's some direct instruction, but it's a very small part of that happens with them in their seats, and then they break off into their whiteboard areas. It's really cool. I tried to take a couple of photos of that, but I had my camera tilted wrong and everybody was sideways, so I don't want to bring those in. But I'm really interested to see how that works. So far this week, it's really been great, and the students seem to enjoy it. Any other questions for
Well,
us?
also got y'all here. What about ILPs? How does that process work in Burnheim? Have you already started?
Yes, we've already started. Actually, running them through our seminar class at the end of the day. And then our technology person has also been helping with that. And that way, more people are involved in the ILP process.
The seminar class is new middle of last year, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
middle of
it
last
started
year.
in February, and that sort of gets a lot of the credit for the increase in reading there. That seminar time at the end of the day is a focused time on reading, except for students that struggle in math that need that extra RTI math, and those are in a separate class to receive that help. But with that seminar time, it's really been beneficial as they're able to really focus on reading improvement.
The culture there, you mentioned Bob when he came in some years ago, and he was pretty heavy-handed about it, which was necessary, I think, at the time. How has that kept going? I mean, that really was a dramatic difference. The discipline's not an issue now.
Right.
It's-
I think it just changed the culture, the way this is not how we operate here at Burnheim anymore. This is no longer allowed from a teaching standpoint, what's expected from an instructional standpoint, but also from a student discipline standpoint. We don't act that way here. And from the time he left on, it's really carried over. And the legend of Bob Bright still exists.
It makes everybody else look like a nice guy.
I hear stories all the time. I have been compared to him, not because we're similar by any means, actually, just this is how we used to do it. And then I hear stories all the time. People say, man, when he was here, he did this. You wouldn't believe this story. But it just really changed. It was that dramatic change. I guess really equated to Christy coming in at Bullitt Central. This is how we're going to do things now. The past is the past. We're moving on. But I really can't emphasize enough that our teachers have just done a fantastic job. They want to be at Burnheim. They love the students. Every teacher says we love the students here, and it is a true community school, and I really enjoy it so far.
You guys are still pretty heavy in the arts, too, right, with Kim and
Miss Newton, Mr. Kimball, and then Miss Elliott from the technology standpoint. That they really help shape our kids to be more well-rounded individuals. I've never seen anybody as passionate about art as Kim Newton, and she gets the kids passionate about it. And whenever I walk in there, she gives me a lesson on whatever they're doing. And so I learn a little bit about art every time I'm there as well.
One more. What about the gifted? I know that's probably in the seminar as well. How is that going?
The gifted kids are clustered into their reading seminar group, and then the math teachers are focusing their instruction to those students so that they're thinking at higher levels.
Right. Are they reading?
Reading also. Reading their cluster too.
Is that right?
And then we're still doing the early release, where I meet with them on early release days, and we do different activities. Sometimes later on, ILP activities, once they finish, the basics, then we go on and do some extensions.
Y'all done college visits already?
I'm sorry?
Did you do college visits last year with some of the?
We did it year before last.
Okay, I remember.
Yeah, we didn't do it last year.
You mentioned the word passion. You can't buy passion. You either have it or you don't have it. And if you have a faculty that has a passion for their particular area, I mean, it's a win-win all around. So, passion.
You're absolutely right. And I'll just give credit to Rick Westerfield. I asked him before fall break, and when I principal asked him, I said, this is what will happen. We needed to make a change in our 8th grade math. We needed a strong math teacher up there. We needed to switch. And I asked Rick to switch, which he did graciously, and hasn't looked back. I've been in there every day this week, and he's looked all 2 days this week. And it is a different world in that room, and you can tell because Rick loves math. He doesn't care what age the student is. He loves math. He loves the students. He loves Burnheim. He is an example of really doing whatever it takes to make Burnheim the best possible place it can be, and I really appreciate him for that.
It really makes a difference when you have the right person in the right place.
That's exactly
at the
right.
time.
And when Christy said that earlier, I wanted to elbow him because I thought that's you, man. But I didn't. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Happy parents.
I love
You
what
will
they're
be.
doing though.
Yeah, you
My
will be.
kids are going to do both. I'm impressed with both.
And Angela, how many principals have you selected now? Is it 5? 5 or 6?
She's good at it, obviously.
Hopefully, this is our last one.
Yeah.
Are you done with Andy? Then are you out of?
She wiped her hands of me.
You're done.
Yeah. My youngest is in 6th grade.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, look at that.
Already,
Is it on? Is it here?
I don't know. Haven't heard.
What about food?
I think food is here.
Is it here? Are we ready to recess?
Do we have any?
All right, let's recess. We will recess.
I don't get to report the same gains that Bullitt Central or Burnheim has. We get to report gains. We get to report growth. We get to report progress. I will say this on behalf of my staff, we're not really happy with our results. We work way too hard for a 3 percentage point increase. What we want is a banner year, and what we hope is the last couple of years that we have been pounding at this bit, that time will come. My colleagues behind me, they talk about how it's a marathon, not a sprint, and we all know the potato field analogy. We're waiting for our potatoes to come in. We're waiting for the harvest to come.
You're making Mr. Schultz day.
We're proud. We're proud to report to you that pretty much in every area but one, we made some pretty significant growth. I'll go ahead and put it out there that math was not strong this year. Everything else pretty much was. We're going to look at some of our data. You have the report card in front of you, and I think I'm just going to go off that more than this. On our achievement score, we increased. On our gap score, we increased. Our growth score, that one there, we went down 2 points, and that was really our Achilles heel. I think you'll hear a common theme from other schools in the district that's one of the ones where we're not gaining as much ground as we want. The packet that I've given you, I'd like you to look at that first page. First page in there is a brief graph of our growth. In reading, we went up a little bit. In math, we took a pretty big hit. We ran the numbers, and that much of a hit on growth alone really hamstrung us. If we had just maintained, no growth, no loss on the growth, we would be in the 35th to 40th percentile. If we had gained a couple of points, we'd be in the 45th to 50th percentile in the state, and we would have been celebrating and running up and down the streets. So that was a little disappointing from us. It's sometimes bittersweet to celebrate every other area when we have one that's just that glaring and that much out in front of us. But we know that, and we accept that, and we have a plan to fix it. When you go to the readiness score, which for us is the Explorer, we gained some ground there. We had the highest Explorer scores Bullitt's ever had. We had growth in every category on the Explorer. I'll show you a trend line on that on page 2. You can see our Explorer composite dating back to 2006. Our 13.4 composite isn't where we want it to be, but it's higher than it's been. It's higher than it's been since I guess we've been taking the Explorer. So we're proud of that. We're proud of the points that we gained there. We feel pretty strong about the Explorer we took this year. We take that in September, and then that one test will determine the readiness score for us. But we feel strong about it. Our overall score, we went up 0.8 points. Not a full point, which was kind of annoying to us. I mean, like I said, when we look at the achievement score here in a second, we really made a lot of ground there, and we just kind of, it was kind of deflating not to see the overall score increase that much. When you look on the next page, that page 3, I want to walk you through one of the gaps that we have in your packet. That's our male and female gap. If you pick an accountable area at any grade level, in any subject, our males vastly underperform our girls. This has been consistent at our school for a while, and we have a lot of things in place to address that. The number one thing, is Ms. Coulter and any good principal is going to tell you, is relationships and is building the culture of the building, and we're getting there. And I'll walk you through some data for that in a second. When we look at our actual achievement scores, and that's on the report card in front of you, in language mechanics, we reduced novices 6.5%. We increased proficient there 11.2%. In mathematics, we increased novices by 0.5 percentage point and decreased proficient by 8.1%. I have a member of my math department here, and Mr. Kurtzinger, one of my SBDM members, he'll tell you they take that to heart. They know that. And I have no problem, and I've told them more than enough times, it's not the horses we have in the race, it's how we're running the race. My math department is strong. They are excellent teachers. They are hard workers, and they take that to heart. When we looked at, MAP results from last year and mean writs and bands, we could not have predicted that drop. So that was a shock to us, and it took a little while to set in, but we got to work immediately on it. In reading, we decreased novices by almost 4% and increased proficient by about 9% across the board. At 6th and 8th, they were double-digit gains in proficient and distinguished. In science, we decreased novices about half a point. We decreased proficient distinguished by 6%. And I'll go ahead and answer that question for you. My science department has 2 consistent teachers. I have one lady who's been there 3 years, one man, this is his 2nd year. Every other area, we either lose them to better jobs or something gets in the way. We hired an excellent science teacher this year, first-year teacher, and she quit on us before fall break because of personal problems in her life. That's a blow to our kids. That's a blow to our building, and that's hard to replace. We have had that misfortune in science over the past couple of years that building consistency in our program there has been an issue we've been trying hard to address. We had an excellent science teacher in Robin Hanloser. She became an instructional coach in another district. There's not much you can do to stand in the way of someone's career, but it hurts your department. So we're building the consistency there. In social studies, we decreased novices by about 6% and increased proficient distinguished near 10%. That man was a lot of the reason for it, Brian McKinley. Miss Coulter took him, though, so we don't have him anymore. But, we were fortunate enough in 8th grade to replace him with a man who came to us from Chicago Public Schools, and before that was an adjunct professor at West Point Military Academy. We are aggressive in seeking the best people for our kids, both a mix of folks from our county, and we just hired a lady from Washington State a few days ago to fill that science position. So we're aggressive about filling those vacancies with the best fit for our students. In writing, we're probably the most proud of that. We had near double-digit reduction in novices and 16.9% gain in proficient distinguished. What we are most proud of, though, across the board with these achievement scores is we know why we got them. We know that we knew going in writing and reading would increase. We predicted that we would see double-digit increases, at least in writing and close to in reading, and that's because of the focus we've had on on-demand writing in the school. Every teacher gives it, every teacher assesses it, every teacher discusses it. We write across the curriculum. Our focus on literacy, for the past 2 years, that is where we have really spent all of our time and effort and money in PD is on literacy, because if you can't read, you can't really do much else. So we knew that we'd have those gains. When we look at the data team process, the way we look at data and the way we make instructional decisions, that's all centered around writing in our building. So we knew that would happen, and we were proud that it validated the amount of time and effort that we've put into that. Being able to justify that to your staff, and all the long hours, all the meetings, that it shows results, that lets us be able to say with confidence, okay, we had a rough year in math, we'll fix it, and we know that we can. Every barrier that's been put in our way, we have worked hard to fix, and I think we're finding solutions, and that's what needs to happen. The year that we want may be next year, maybe the year after, but the foundation is there. The seeds have been planted. We have been making the right direction in every way, culture-wise, that we can. And I'd like to walk you through some of that. On page 4 in your packet, you're going to see a trend line of our referrals. Those are behavioral incidents. 2008, we had 2,179. I'd wager to bet that was more than many high schools. Last year, we had 526. The previous year to that, 1,086. We're at 96 for this year. You go to the next page, suspensions. 2008, we suspended 148 kids. Last year, we suspended 37. The year before that, 97. We suspended 8 this year. And I'll say that all 8 of those were dictated directly by board policy. Those weren't judgment calls. Those were must go. So we have really locked down on the time that we send kids out of the building, because when they're not in the building, they're not going to learn, and suspensions really doesn't teach a child anything. If you go to the next page, Fights. 2008, we had 52. We had 6 last year. 4 this year. It's a little higher than I want, but still 4. And that speaks to PBIS and KSID and building relationships with kids and building a culture where a student wants to come into the building. I didn't include my attendance data, but it's the same trend line. Goes up. All of those factors that build a building into what you want to set the stage for the growth that we will get are in place. So now it's just a matter of making it happen. We're proud of those things. We're proud of things like our volunteer hours. It used to be we had under 1,000 and we were just shy of 4,000 last year. We're proud of the fact that we didn't identify a single gifted and talented kid last year, and we've identified 14 this year. We're proud of the fact that we more than doubled our students that qualified for the Duke Talent Search. We had over 50. So we have a lot to be able to hang our hat on. But like I said, it is frustrating when we don't see that massive jump that we know is a year away. We want it now. 3 percentage points is fine. We made some growth. We're not a focused school, but it's not enough. And when we talked about the test scores as a staff, it was very difficult for me to stay completely positive about them. Because I'll be honest with you, that's not enough for me. That's not enough for these people's work. That's not enough for our kids. And they know it, and they're hungry for it. And the product that we're sending to Bullitt Central, you've seen the results that are there. So we just need it to happen a little bit earlier. But I think it will. I think we have the groundwork in place. The last 2 pages that I've included in your packet is everything we've done since finding out about our math scores, what we've done to fix it, what we've done to move forward, what we've done to tweak our program. Because like I said, it's not the people that we have, it's the way we do it. The last page is just a reminder of where we've come from. 2007, we were in the 3rd percentile in the state. We were the 7th worst middle school in the state of Kentucky. We're in the 24th percentile. That's not where we want to be, but it's the trend line that we want. And I will take steady, gradual growth most of the time, but I do want that one big year, and then we can gradually grow from that. Maybe that's this year. I hope it is. And maybe it's the year after, but we will get there. Do you have any questions for us?
Ms. Coulter, she can tell you it's a process. It's a process. You're headed in the right direction.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any questions for us? Anything that we can answer?
I'm too scared to ask a question.
We're in an intense building. We had a staff meeting today, and I mean the litany of stuff that we have to just make sure that we go over and that we check and we monitor and we're doing right. I mean, it's a mile long. I came from the building previous to Bullitt Lick when I was a teacher that our school model was no excuses, find a way. I've carried that with me through my educational career. I'll never get rid of it because I think that's the mentality that produces the results that BC's gotten, that produces the result that this district's gotten. We can talk all day about barriers that are in our way. It's not going to do us any good. We can find solutions to them, and I think we are.
How would you characterize the culture of the school?
I'll let them answer that.
Well, I've been in the building probably one of the longest times. This is my 7th year teaching. Culture at the school is, I mean, it's a tremendous change. It's been a tremendous change. You know, every first year teacher struggles. My first year was no different than anybody else's. However, the culture at that time wasn't as supportive as what I'm finding the last few years. Not only do we have a supportive culture from our administration, but we support each other's staff. Our staff is by far the strongest that has been ever since I've been at Bullitt Lake. Some of these ladies here beside me have been a big part of that. We work together. We don't teach autonomously. The great thing about our math department, we have guys who want to work together, and we work together every day, and we're doing a lot more of that because we do want to see the growth in math, and we do take it personally. I take it very personally when scores aren't good in math, and when kids don't succeed. I think every teacher does that in every department at our school, and I think that's why the culture has changed. We care about the kids, and we work hard, and we want our kids to work hard. We have high expectations for ourselves. We have high expectations for our kids, and we're going to continue that.
I think what you just said, the scores are the scores, but the fact that you take it seriously when you say it's about the kids, it's about the students, and when any child fails, it has to impact a passionate teacher. It has to. So
I'll take it very
just
personally.
hearing that means a lot.
Yeah, I take it very personally. When a kid fails, I fail.
You won't walk into Bullitt and find a teacher that hangs it up at 3:15. You won't. We don't have that culture there. We don't hire that type of person. We don't retain that type of person. We want the best for our students. We want the teachers, and we want every staff in the building. They put kids first. Hanging on my wall next to my printer is we make kid decisions, not adult decisions, and I will stand by that. The extent of my career, we do what's best for kids, not what's best for anyone else. And sometimes those are hard choices, and sometimes those require additional work and extra hours, and that toil and that labor. But with that comes an intensity and a focus on results that when the day comes, we will celebrate and know that every bit of that was hard-earned. We have opened our building up to any and all. You want to come in and volunteer 10 minutes, we'll take you. We have told every university that's within driving distance, send us your student teachers, send us your observers, so that we can interview them before they even come in and apply for a job. And we've had some success with that. How many K-TIP teachers do you have, Ms. Coulter?
This year, 1.
We have 9.
When I started, 7. After my birthday.
Because we're building people that want to be there. And I tell you what, our folks there, they love them, they embrace them, they treat them like they've been teaching 20 years, and we are producing some awesome teachers. We've lost 2 this year, one to Miss Coulter and one to Miss Rhodey, and they were 2 of our high flyers. Miss Corfidge, I'm sorry. But, our staff is strong. They own this, they love this, and when the day comes, we're going to celebrate.
We'll celebrate with you.
Well, a couple of these grads here, though, I think they show a change in your culture. The referrals, suspensions, fighting. So,
Big shift.
Say that when I first started this, people would talk about Bullitt and it's bad school and a bunch of slugs go there, they don't do anything, and I say, I think, and I do believe that kids can get a good education wherever they are. I knew there were good teachers there already, and I think that's true. So I'd say that, but I'd also think, but I'm glad I don't live in this district. But now, honestly, that place's culture is just as good as, we just finished out of the East Side, and a solid student culture there. Same thing you see at Bullitt. You walk into classrooms, you see the same kind of instruction, maybe even better in some cases. There's not a thing wrong with the education you get at Bullitt. It's a culture thing that's changing. The kids are starting to believe it, just like they did at Bullitt Central a few years ago. For you all to love those kids, it's harder to love those kids. Those aren't the most lovable.
Well, there are kids. There are kids even when they leave.
They don't come in clean and shiny. They come in sometimes rough and a little bit tough. And you guys embrace them, and that's awesome.
I think that's why we love them more.
We educate whatever walks in the door. Doesn't matter. That's our job.
This first graduate, and Ms. Coulter, I saw Ms. Coulter graduation this year. This was the first graduation at Bullitt Central I attended. This was my kids graduating this year, first 7th grade class I had. And that means a lot to me to see, we see these kids at sometimes the beginnings of their academic careers and sometimes at pivotal points in their lives. We see the potential at middle school. They see potential realized. So it was good for me to see those kids that I had as little 7th graders graduate. And it meant a lot for them, and it meant a lot to me, and that's what it's all about.
Be great.
What's that?
Well, I mentioned this, I went to the faculty meeting today to speak to the school about the foundation. And one of the things that struck me is they were so serious. Everybody is so serious in that room. And it made me think these people take what they do very seriously. And Mr. Fulton talks about Bullitt being a destination school. I shared with you guys today that my grandson's going to Bullitt, and I have no qualms,
Next year.
no reservations about him coming to Bullitt. You'll see a lot of him next year. Yeah. So, I'm a grandma, and he's pretty special to me. And when I look at you and say, I am excited about sending my grandson to you, you can believe I mean it, because he's pretty special to me. And I wouldn't send him just anywhere. So I'm excited about him coming to be with you folks.
Okay.
Destination school.
Keep up the good work.
We'll call you Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
How about Mr. Middle?
We're still waiting on a couple SBDM members.
All right. We're ahead of schedule.
You ready for us to start?
Which is amazing.
No, we're ahead of schedule.
It's amazing.
I know. Yeah.
That's the data notebooks, Rachel.
I brought those with me, actually.
It's Rachel.
Rachel Turner, she's supposed to be here tonight. Amy Farrell.
I think she might would come to a regular meeting and talk about those, maybe in November.
Have you looked at that?
Yeah, it's all submitted. Individual student data notebooks are
And they
tracking all
keep-
progress, students are tracking out. These are third graders.
Second. I think they're second grade.
Uh-huh.
It's phenomenal.
Wow.
Think about the November presentations.
That'd be good. I would like to see that. Thank you.
I heard you're losing your counselor, but I think she'll be back by then.
I'm talking to Dave. We miss you too.
There's something in their contract about the business. I guess you sit down the other day when I was there. I didn't notice at all.
Yep.
Yeah, I was, but my parents came down and was like, oh, yeah, you're actually kind of funny. You know, like they were waiting for him to do it. He waited until like she was still there. Oh, really? You could wait. Wow. He was right. He was opposite. He was like, let's go. He was waiting for that perfect time. And then he finally realized, well, it's not going I don't know. We're thinking maybe
I won't touch it.
I was gonna call you just to sit there.
And Ms. Clark, Ms. Clark can sit up with us, because do we have any, how many seats do we have?
Oh, is she here? Yeah, she's here.
Ms. Clark's here. Ms. Clark.
We're ready
Use the
whenever you
restroom.
Okay. You just start whenever you're ready. If you're waiting on somebody, that's fine.
Is she here? Yeah, she's using the restroom. How many seats do we have?
A very pregnant counselor using the facilities. We're gonna let her do it.
Yeah, we're coming out to the Tuesdays, and 20 out and 21
Clark, it's either you or Mackie.
I tried to get back to you.
Clark. Yeah, but I need to find out if I'm going to.
She says, I'm trying to decide if I'm going to sit there. Sit there. Sit on the front row. Oh, hang on the front row.
Yes, it is. This is trouble.
Yeah.
Can I get some SBDMs, please?
Ready?
We're ready when you are, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to introduce part of my SBDM councils here today. This is Ms. Yates, Elizabeth Yates. She's the jack of all trades, arts and humanities, PE, music, program review. She wears a lot of hats. Ms. McBroom is our new RTI coordinator, RTI teacher, Read to Achieve. Ms. Morris is our speech teacher, and Ms. Clark is our full-time counselor. And we may have Christy Martin here, but she's not here yet, so that's a parent representative. I'm here today to talk about test scores, and I'm a little discouraged too, like Mr. Folk was, because we made a decline in our overall score and our ranking too, and we're still a needs improvement school. So I was thinking about how am I going to address that. Obviously, we're disappointed. We don't want to be there, and I don't think it reflects the hard work of my staff that sits behind me and the changes we've made at Nichols over the past 2 years. You could come in my building and see the changes for sure. So I was driving home last night trying to think, how am I going to say what I'm going to say and what am I going to say exactly about all of this, and I was listening to Sports Talk Radio with Lachlan McClain last night, and he was talking about UK's coach, Mark Stoops, has a recruiting class in the top 20, and I reflected on that because I thought, well, that doesn't mean Mark Stoops is going to have a top 20 team. And like I said last year and the year before, the best way to turn around a school is to hire the best teachers and to grow the ones you have, and that's what we've been working on the past 2 years at Nichols. And as he works on and develops his team, that's what we're doing here. We're developing our team. And as we maintain the stability of our team with our new hires and our teachers stepping up to be leaders and leading instructionally, it's inevitable, just like Ms. Coulter said, it's just inevitable that we will improve student learning. We're not there yet. It's still going to take some time. So what I'm going to do is just go through the scores and then talk about what you really want to know is what are we going to do about it? What changes are we going to make, or what are we going to maintain? When you look at our achievement score in the Next Generation Learners tab, you'll see that the achievement is 65.9, and that is 0.6 up from last year. Not a very big gain, but it is a gain, a slight gain. And then our gap is 32.8, and a growth is 56.6. And last year we were tied for third in the district for growth. So we made big growth last year, and the growth hit us this year hard and really had impacted our score overall. Where we took a hit was with gap at 32.8. We dropped 6.7. But our biggest hit was with growth, 14.3 drop for growth. We declined in reading and math 1.8 each. And when you look at the novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished column at the very end, if you'll look at 53.3 for reading, and 64.1 for math. That was a 1.8 drop in both of those subject areas from one year to the next. So I'm going over the worst things first so I can talk about the areas that we did better in. Social studies, we had 0% novice 2 years ago, and this year we have 3.4% novice. We did take a double-digit drop there from the previous year, and if you'll look at the apprentice column, we just landed with 51.7% apprentice, so that's where you get your half-point score. But I will tell you, for the last 3 years, we were on our third social studies teacher because of the changes in the school and teachers that have left. And Miss Reverman was our star social studies teacher for a while, and she moved to third grade last year, and this year she's doing an amazing job as a kindergarten teacher. So we had a new teacher in social studies last year, and we lost a teacher due to numbers, and she's staying home with her children this year anyway. So I asked Ms. Farrell to take on social studies. She did such an amazing job with science, so now she's going to use her skills with social studies this year. So again, maintaining that stability, getting people in the right place and on our team that will stay will help us tremendously. As far as areas of improvement, science went up. If you'll look at the last column, novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished, it's 82.2, and that was a double-digit gain of 14.9. And if you'll look at science, we have 0% novice in science. We've been working really hard the last couple years in writing, and our score in writing in the novice, apprentice, proficient, distinguished column again is 56.9. and that's a double-digit gain of 13.4. And if you'll look at language mechanics down at the bottom, 69.6, and that's taught in 4th grade. We had double-digit gains there of 12.7. We had novice decreases in the following areas. Math overall was 17.7, and the number of novices decreased to 14.7%. Science overall, the percentage of novice was 13.8, and it decreased to 0.0%. And this is huge. Language mechanics overall went from 31% novice to 14.3% novice. So even though our scores don't reflect, there are some good things that are happening at Nichols. We also earned bonus points in science and social studies because our distinguished offset our novice there. The percent of proficient and distinguished in math overall was greater than the district and state in 3rd and 4th grade. So in 3rd grade, our school had 55.6% proficient and distinguished. The state was 45.5, and the district was 43.5. 3rd grade gap, our school was 53.3% proficient and distinguished. The state was 37.9%. and the district was 33.7. In 4th grade, we had 53.6% proficient and distinguished. The state had 46.4, and the district had 43.9. And then our gap in 4th grade, we had 47.1% proficient and distinguished. The state was 39.1, and the district was 33.9. So when you really dig down deeper into the scores, there was improvement. One of the things we did as a team, we developed 3 overarching goals as a school. Obviously, one probably will be a goal every year is improving student learning. The second goal, again, speaks to what I believe. You have to hire the best teachers and grow the ones you have. So the second goal is growing teacher leaders. And my staff and I, we work together to develop these goals. The third one is building a strong culture. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do the same? We have to maintain the course. There's a lot of good things instructionally that we're doing that we're not going to give up on. We're not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So, but one area that we are really hitting hard is common assessments this year. In August, we had a PD and we talked about the backward plan model, and that gave teachers an opportunity to create that first assessment in reading and math with a pre-assessment, and that's your map that guides your instruction, that tells you where you're going, that's your target. And so
We give feedback, myself, my instructional coaches, Adrian Usher and Deanna Bickley, we give feedback on those. And it is time intensive and it's hard work. And the teachers make revisions and we make sure those are rigorous. And it's a work in progress. You can only grow your staff as fast as they can grow. So we're working on that. They give the assessment, and then this year we added the assessment calculator. Teachers are putting that in the calculator, and we come back to a PLC and we analyze the assessment and talk about where do we go next. The other push after that is how are we going to spiral that content, reteach what the students didn't get. How are we going to make sure that we don't stop there? And so we use flashbacks, spiral reviews, and developmentally appropriate strategies too. It doesn't have to be just paper pencil. In kindergarten, and I know in Ms. Turner's class too, after that last math assessment, she knew what areas her students struggled with, so she developed a math station to target that skill that they were deficient in. So it doesn't always have to be a multiple choice fill in the blank, but it needs to be something that's developmentally appropriate. As far as hitting that growth target, I understand, as many of my peers do, that there's a peer band and you have to do 40% better than your peers to get that point. And so, I think what Mr. Schultz had said in the last board meeting was we just have to work on growing all our kids. We can't try to figure that out because I don't think anybody knows. I did have Adrian and myself, we looked at how many students scored novice, apprentice, and proficient and distinguished and who got the growth point. We did look at that. And the points mostly came from our proficient and distinguished kids. We know that. So we have looked and talked about targeting kids that maybe scored in the 39th percentile. They were close to the 40th or 35th percentile. They were close. What can we do differently for those kids so they can meet that growth target? So we're looking at those things. GAP, I think that's an area we can work on, and we've attacked that. When we look at GAP, we have Liz McBroom, who's RTI coordinator for us. Anna Morris is speech, and special ed is Kristen Rogers, and she's behind us. And I'll vouch for her, she's probably one of the best special ed teachers I've seen. She does an amazing job. So what we've added a layer here. Those teachers are keeping data boards. Our homeroom teachers keep data boards, and math and reading, but they're adding an extra layer. Anna's keeping a data board for her speech kids, and Liz is doing the same for RTI, and Kristen for special ed. So we're really looking at those GAP kids more intensely. And they're working and looking at analyzing common assessments. They're looking at those kids and analyzing those common assessments that were given in reading and math. Liz went to training with Misty Lay, and we all know she's the guru for RTI. And so we're really looking at holding that model to fidelity this year, because if you know how teachers are, we all want to give services to all of our kids. And so we're backing off a little bit and saying that group has to stay small, and we're starting with less time. We have a master schedule that revolves around our special ed students and our RTI students, so everybody knows when they're going to be served, and they know when they can give whole group instruction and small group instruction. And these ladies also, our RTI and our special ed teachers, our GAP teachers, we have a GAP PLC also, and we've added that layer to try to attack that GAP score. Other areas, stations, we're looking at what we're doing in stations, how can we bump up the rigor. There's a spiral review focus there to go back and reteach and make sure the kids didn't lose any learning that they had previously. In reading, we adopted Journeys, and if you know anything about Journeys, it adds that nonfiction component that we so need. We found out after we analyzed our fall map scores that in 2nd, 4th, and 5th, we had issues with informational text and K-1-3 foundational skills. And so Journeys adds a tool, some books in the hands of kids that are nonfiction. We also are looking at a guided reading framework across the board. What does that look like for primary? What does that look like for intermediate? And that is something we are working on right now. Mr. Folk, I believe, or one of the middle school principals mentioned close reading training. We've had that. My On Reader is a program we bought and purchased, so that kind of hits reading. Math, we have Go Math, but we know, Amy Farrell mentioned to me, she said, I can tell math automaticity is working, the kids are coming, they know their facts, but we need to work on real-world problem solving and writing to explain. Being able to explain what they did and write about the math. Mr. Schultz mentioned at the last board meeting about mathematical practices. I think that's an area we need to look at, and differentiation. So we know what we're doing, like Christy Coulter said, you just keep plugging away. You know, we're doing good things, we're curriculum instruction focused, and we just have to keep hitting the targets. Writing was a strength, so we do have a designated writing block each day. We have Denise Amos coming back this year. She's a writing consultant. We have school-wide writer's notebook implementation. We implement quick writes in every grade. We have our designated on-demand writing days on early release day. We give the kids real-world writing opportunities. Right now they're connecting with students from Salem, Massachusetts, Mount Vernon, Washington, New York, Indiana, and Indonesia, to name a few places, using Edmodo as they talk about the books they're reading aloud in class, and we are participating in the global read aloud. So 4th and 5th grade teachers are reading aloud Out of My Mind, and primary teachers are reading Marty McGuire. In kindergarten, Jill, what are you all reading? Eric Carle books. So over 100,000 classrooms across the country and the world are reading aloud these books at the same time. And that's a global thing, so the connection that the kids make online is through Edmodo, which is sort of like Facebook, and that's another writing opportunity. They're talking about books through writing, and that's real world. So that's what we're doing with writing. We hope we don't lose that momentum of being able to write to explain, write about your math, write about your thinking. All of that's important. Other things that we do school-wide with our instructional coaches is live scoring. Like I said, spiral reviews in all subjects. I walked in Miss Carr's room today, and she took a question from their science test, and it was a question on the smartboard today because they had trouble with it. So we're going back and spiral and review that and touching on it again, making sure they get it. 3rd year of PBIS, and it shows in our building. You can tell the kids know the expectations. We launched, Lauren Clark and Ms. Yates launched Leader in Me this year. Lauren and I went to the conference last year in Warren County, so actually they're launching it with the kids first, the 7 habits that Stephen Covey has talked about in his books. We're doing a book study in January as a staff, and that ties in really nicely with PBIS. One thing that we saw, Lauren and I saw at the conference, and we'd heard about data notebooks, so I asked a couple of our teacher leaders, Ms. Farrell and Ms. Turner, to pilot data notebooks, and I let them pick what the students would track in their data notebooks. I said, if you'll pilot, I'll buy all the materials. And kids are setting goals on lots of things in Rachel Turner's room. Math automaticity is one. There's a reading word bank, writing word bank, common assessments, and MAP. Pretty exciting way that I'm sorry, Mr. Price, that we teach spelling. It's not a spelling list, I promise, but it's not a spelling list. I thought I had it with me, but one of our teacher leaders here is Cindy French, and she brought to the table a way to assess spelling embedded in writing instruction. And so she is going to do a training on November PD Day with our primary teachers, and Ms. Turner does this too, where you just read a paragraph to the kids and they scribe that out, and there's a rubric, and you score that based on writing words, spelling them right in context, and you look at grammar and spelling and capitalizations and period and the whole 9 yards. So that's pretty good way to teach writing and spelling, I think, together. Attendance has increased. I've been pretty adamant about increasing staff attendance, having us staff, and that's increased. Students' attendance has increased in the past 2 years. I have a wonderful counselor. We've implemented Career Cafe. She does things under the radar. We've had the mayor, we've had Miss Ashby, we've had Paulita Keith, we've had Mike Mann come, we have Don G coming, and so students sign up for Career Cafe, and then they eat lunch with the person that's speaking. Those are just some things that we were working on. As far as culture building, we have monthly celebrations with our students. We recognize students that got their chart clip off the chart, MAP scores, attendance, anything really, something that they did well outside of the school. We'll recognize staff as well. I send out a Nichols notes with shout outs to the staff. We had a team building day in Burnheim. I try to give the staff plenty of opportunities for conferences and training. Anything that they want that meets their needs or interests, I try to differentiate that. As far as certified and classified employee of the month, that's based on attendance, and we have special parking, positive notes. I don't know. I don't think the test scores reflect our work. I think, like Christy said, it's going to pay off in the long run. We're doing the right things. We just have to keep plugging away and build our team. So anyway, that's all I have. I would invite all of you to come to Nichols. I think you would agree that we're working hard and we're doing many good things. Does that mean we're where we need to be? No, we all need to grow and learn. That includes me. So, any questions?
Ms. Hammond,
Yes.
what's your population, student population?
We have right at 164.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is the staff, I understand exactly where you're coming from. These figures, teachers and staff, do you realize, I'm sure you do, that a handful of students can cause these numbers to can go up and down drastically? Right, in a population of this size, I know this because my wife taught at a school that was like this. And a handful, especially a handful of students can make those scores fluctuate drastically. I want people to understand that because your population, what you're doing here is, I think is quite good because you have to take that into account. There's no category here to take that into account with and anything else. So I understand fully what you're going through.
Nichols is unique in many, many ways. Size, particular, and it does, you have one student who has a bad day, test day, to change the whole picture for that class. You have one first grade teacher, you have one kindergarten teacher, you have one second grade teacher, you have one third grade teacher, you have one fourth grade teacher, you have one fifth grade teacher.
It's a lot of pressure.
There's not another school in the district.
There's no room for error.
You either get it, if you guys have a bad day, it may show up on the test scores. And I think I'm well aware of that because, as you all know, Nichols is my school. Nichols is my school. I worked there for 25 years, and I know the kids, I know the community, and I know a lot of these ladies.
Well, and they've worked hard, and I've pushed hard, and they would tell you I've pushed hard. If you've done any of those personality colors, I'm blue. If you do the north, south, east, west, I'm north. I have high expectations for myself and for them. Yes. Probably. But in my other world, outside of work, I'm not. But, we don't want to lose any kid.
I think other testament to Nichols, and I've said this before, all of those ladies right there, or a lot of the ladies that teach at Nichols, have brought their children to Nichols. And I think that says, it's not just about because I want them close to mommy, it's because of the culture and the community of Nichols. And I think that
I can attest to that.
this lady moved to the
I moved from J-Town across the street from Nichols. And I have 4 children, and I'm very proud for all of them to attend the school. Not just because I work there, but because I know each one of these, our teachers.
You have 4 kids at Nichols?
Not yet. I have twins that aren't there yet.
Go up and roll.
They're 3, but they're coming. They're coming. The Morrises are coming.
The grooms are there.
Yes, I have 3. One moved to middle school this year. I was going to have Mr. Second, but I have another one.
Miss French's kids, mine. Miss Yates, Miss Mayhew's.
I paid tuition last year.
She paid tuition last year.
She paid tuition for them to go there. Now, what does that say?
Miss Clark drives from the summit. I mean, if you drive from the summit, Miss Farrell must turn and drive over the bridge. That's a commitment.
But I did that because I knew that they were going to get a quality education, that they would be loved by the staff, which is probably number one, and that they will feel successful.
I'm impressed by the number of initiatives that you have. I mean, how can you have to succeed. It's all the things you're doing.
I'm like Mr. Fulk, I'm ready for a win.
Yeah.
Ready for a win.
It's a process. You can ask Ms. Coulter. It is coming. It is coming.
So Sherry, I know on the growth, that was a big hit.
That was big.
What was it, went from 71% down to 56, I think, something like that. So that was
It was
2
big.
kids, 3 kids. Literally,
I mean,
to be able
it was big.
because that was 3rd, 5th graders,
Fourth and
4th
fifth.
graders, so
Fourth
the only
and
people that
fifth.
get measured on the growth. So what do you do? Because that.
Well, you formatively assess, and you look at math scores, and you analyze common assessments, and you talk about joining, and you decide, like you did today, you brought, collaborate with, RTI collaborates with regular ed, and with a small school, you really have to do all of it to excellence. And you don't have room for, like I've told my staff, we don't have any room for anything but excellence. We don't have room for somebody slacking off. We don't have room for that. You don't.
If you'd had 3 kids went the other way, it would have been more like an 80%, which would have put you way up over.
Even though it's
distinguished, I think.
2 or 3 kids for us, we know our kids. I mean, you know that.
They're not just a name on a
They're
piece
not.
of paper.
They're not a name.
They're
We
a
know.
face, and you can discuss as a group the things they like outside of the building, the things that they don't like. You can probably tell each other what they don't like to eat because it's such a unique, personal commitment to these kids. It's not just, they are your kids.
We don't even need a name on a list. If we see there's 3 that did horribly on the test, we can produce the list of names from just a number. Because we know which ones are struggling.
Up or down.
Yeah.
So there's lots of pluses and there's some negatives. And I think the pluses outweigh all of the negatives.
And they're really friendly kids.
They're good kids. They really are.
And I know these numbers will motivate you, but I hope you don't let them discourage or dishearten you.
Try not to.
We're not discouraged. I'm not discouraged. And I feel like that I'm kind of vested in Nichols in a lot of ways. I'm not discouraged at all.
Anything else?
Thank you.
I being said you, what you said over here. You want me to? I want you to go. Yeah, that's what I said, because they're going to present at the games.
Ms. Roby?
Yes. Can you tell? Oh, did I do something?
No.
Was that already done?
That was already undone.
She's sitting there.
Wendy, right?
He said it was already unplugged.
Did you bring a copy?
I didn't know what was in there.
That was very funny. I thought I recognized you. You were just upside
I think
down.
it's wonderful.
She was in the mayor.
No, shh.
You got it?
Oh, okay. There we go.
Okay, get up, minimize that.
Wait a minute. You want to minimize them?
Yeah, because we've got to, this is Nichols. Well, go ahead to Robbie then. You can do it down here. or just up there. You know what I'm saying? We just need a minute. We usually, we're like used to that break time. So is that us?
Okay, yeah, that row beach, you say you've got.
It's also on the Bullitt County. Is this the Bullitt County website right here? Is this the? It's on there.
Oh.
Do you know what I'm saying?
It's on the Bullitt County website?
Or just put in Code Journal in the search. Code Journal, Robbie Road.
Can I go to here, or do I have to go to Google?
I'm told it's on the website, but that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, Code Journal, Code Robbie Road.
Roby Road.
It'll come up.
Backslash?
Just Roby Road. It doesn't matter. It'll come up if it's in the search. I don't
Do
have
you
it.
even do the com? Or do you just go?
Here, you may do it. If you go down to Bullitt County Schools right there, and then minimize it. Gotcha. See what I'm saying? If you'll minimize that, you'll be able to go back to it. Hello, my name is Miss Roby. And I am very proud to have with me tonight Ms. Harden, who is going to drive our computer a little bit. Stephanie Anderson is a parent rep on our SBDM, as well as our PTA president. We're putting her through the ropes this year. Lots on her plate. Jackie Clark is a 4th grade teacher. She's also a PTA faculty rep. Ashley Gunther, 5th grade teacher. 2nd year teacher is already involved with SBDM. And Rhonda Ruffray, down there at the end, a 1st grade teacher and newly engaged. We have 2 engagements that came back to our staff. Miss McDade on Monday. So anyway, we're our council overall. Stephanie and I are the only ones that are back for. But everybody else is brand new. So they're the first time they got to sit here. We've been here with you before. We are here with smiles on our face this year because we were sitting here last year with kind of the same thing we've heard from some of the other schools. We feel like the strategies that we have going are good. We're going to stay the course. We're going to hang in there, and of course, the whole new formulas, growth, all of that brings just something new and looking at it differently. But I felt like we had some momentum going, but you never know, and your stomach turns upside down when you open those scores. But we were very excited, and we made some good gains, and so I know that with all the good things, I'm already sitting there going, "Ooh, we got to go see Nichols. We need to," and we're bringing some medals over to Mr. Falk in a few weeks once we get them all ordered, because we want, those are our kids as well. And like Christy said, we're all in this together, and we're all moving toward a system that works. What I want to do just really quickly, though, is look at the school report card and kind of flip through that, because there's just interesting things all over, and we were like, yay, yay, yay. And if you notice that our biggest right there was, when you're waiting for your stomach to do whatever, is I wanted to only see progressing. Actually went to a session this summer that said, we'll have a new category, it's going to be progressing, and I only wanted it, I thought, at least I feel like we will be progressing. But we've got that needs improvement. Don't know why they can't reverse that, but because we were just under that percentile that hits proficiency. But we did go from the 28th percentile, and so we were like almost in the bottom quarter of the state of the elementary schools in Kentucky to now we're in the top half, and we are super proud of that. Overall, that was, and if you'll just, I'm going to go just like fly through this next little bit, is the result of the achievement. Yeah, just go on. If you'll pull that down.
Do I go next generation?
Yeah. and there's the points and all that, how that's all calculated, but a pretty significant jump in everything, really, across the board. In achievement, we went up 6.5 points overall, in gap, 7 points, in growth, 7.3. And again, now we're worried, but now that we've got another angle, so if you get some if you do well, then you've got to worry about this growth, and Mr. Price is going to help us figure all that out. So, but very excited across the board there. Achievement, just looking at each individual of those content areas, because it doesn't really mean when you just look at the individual reading, math, that doesn't mean so much till you looked back at where we were last year. For example, in reading, we were 55.9 and we went up to 65.4. So we were up 9.5 points in reading, 12.4 in math, 2.3 in science, 8.7 in social studies, down a little bit. Depending on how you look at it, at writing, basically we had stayed the same, and then language mechanics 2.4. So overall, that's 6.5 gain in those different, in that area for achievement. Growth, and well, I think you'd have to pull back down to that. Our gap scores. Are you on that one? No, just stay on there then. Let's just go on without achievement. And really, it goes even further than that, and we continue we've done it for the last several weeks, to continue to drill down, and so if you'll open each of those, just go to the...
You want to go to...
right there, for each grade level. Because that's what means something when you put the names with those. Of course, that was a backwards thing where we got those students' names this year, and teachers, when we found out, okay, they can have this, and that was a big deal, and what each child had done. But we had some, in reading and math particularly, of course, we have always tried to put a lot of emphasis in the area of literacy, and probably have not done as well as far as emphasizing math, but we're trying to pick that pace up. But if you look at third grade scores, this was a kind of a wow for us, is that in percent proficient and distinguished, we jumped 28.4, and that was very to credit of hardworking teachers. We were 39.7. So again, it's what it means, that what's relative to the year before. In fourth grade reading, we up 5.5 points. In fifth grade, we stayed the same. We kind of maintained there. It wasn't quite as low as the others, but we know that that's an area, and they're going to talk a little bit about that in our upper grades, our fourth and fifth, what we're doing to kind of pick up that pace. In math, third grade, made some gains of 15.2% proficient and distinguished, went from 51.5 to 66.7. And fourth grade did a super big jump as well. We were 27 percent proficient last year, up to 47.8 this year. And so that was a nice jump and some nice growth points from some kiddos there as well. And then fifth grade made some nice gains in math, up 9.3. Science. Science was one of those interesting things that you could kind of go, well, if you look at it this way, if you look at it this way. Our novice actually went up a few, but then we gained like 9.9% distinguished, like a big jump there. So we had more, we really stayed about the same, but we moved more kids in the area of distinguished, if that makes sense. So it just, and then it depends on whether you look at that NAPD calculation where you get that half a point for the apprentice or not. But happy with that, and that was our highest last year, and I think maybe probably our highest score this year. Social studies, another gain, 5.2% proficiency and distinguished. I believe we got some bonus points in social studies as well. Last year was only in science. Then writing, we're going to come see you, Miss Hamilton, because those, and we have talked about writing, and we have a nice writing plan in place, and we don't know if we're still just not really implementing it at the level we really intend for it to be, because I think Sherry hit the nail on the head, is you just got to write and write and write, and so they're going to talk about that a little bit. Language mechanics, we were up 6.4%. So now the gap comes up. And you can sit here and talk, and we're proud of every little single thing, but overall we did come up the 7 points in the gap. One thing I was very proud of is that we kept up with the district or exceeded it, so we kind of want to get up in that leadership role. Also in growth as well, up 7.3. And that's the combined. We had a little bit more growth in math than we did in reading, if you look at it individually like that. Like I said, we were very excited. We have a little joke at our school if we are going to get cake or not. Since last year, one of our teachers said, should we bring our own? And I said, maybe. And they brought little cupcakes. But this year, we had cake. We had one of those little signs that said, keep calm and expect cake. The Bullitt Central girls that would come over, we had it on one side of the door, and they'd open the door and go, where's the cake? So we've had that going, and so we had cake, and we were super excited about that. But I want them to share a little bit, of the teachers to share, and Vicki a little bit about a few of the things we've been doing and are either stepping it up or continuing to do. So y'all can jump in on literacy. Somebody was going to say a few things about that.
Okay, we've adapted Journeys this year. We finally have gotten all the materials for it, so we've dove in. And at first it seems so overwhelming, but we are so excited with everything that is embedded in the Journeys program. The language components, the embedded writing, every day there's some component with writing that we can add to it. The small groups, being able to get really intense with your below level students, and those advanced students, getting them in the higher order questioning. Third, fourth, and fifth grade has the program now for Journeys. It's authentic and rigorous text.
It is. It's very rigorous. We started the school year off this year doing comprehension strategies, and actually the whole school was teaching the comprehension strategies at the same time. And what I really like about the Journeys program is that not only is it teaching skills to the children on a weekly basis, but it's also incorporating those comprehension strategies that we also started the school year off with. And it's going to spiral through the entire year, which is going to be very beneficial, because then the kids can practice really those higher order thinking skills that we've been working on at the very beginning. And we can do that through the entire year. The other benefit of this Journeys program that I actually loved when Ms. Corfidge had a couple of us in our office this summer, she said, why don't you look at this program? We started looking through it, my teaching partner and I. The one component that sold us on it was actually the writing component. It is a very strong writing component. It's probably the strongest writing component I've ever seen in a reading program alone. It is actually a spiral program in and of itself, and you will be doing several different pieces, but you do them a couple of times throughout the year. So you're not just going to do an opinion piece for a couple of weeks and then never go back to an opinion piece. You're actually going to spiral back to it again throughout the year. And having that consistent practice for our children, I think, is definitely going to improve our writing program. I'm a fourth grade teacher, and I know, even though writing's not tested for me, I know it's very important that my kids get a great foundation in fourth grade, so that when they go to fifth grade, when they are tested in that area, then they're going to be very familiar with it, and it's not going to be such a struggle for them to teach it. So to me, that's the strongest component of the reading program. Along with all the other things that she's saying, I think it's going to be a phenomenal program to help us in both the areas of reading and writing this year.
Rhonda, go ahead.
And as far as literacy in primary grades, we're continuing to do all the things that we daily 5 and continuing to do all the things we already had in place. We've also increased our structured writing time in the primary grades. And we're making sure that all the students have writer's notebooks that they write in every day. And we've started doing peer editing in first grade and more intensive editing processes that they used to wait until intermediate grades to use. And we've also implemented word nerds. We have professional development in that, which is vocabulary studies, activities and programs. So we've increased our emphasis on vocabulary study this year to further impact our literacy and help increase reading achievement and writing achievement as well.
Another big emphasis we have is our math. We have spent pretty much all day with every individual team. We've put a lot of resources in this basket. It's been half of our PD this year. It's an ongoing job-embedded PD through the Kentucky Center of Mathematics. Vicki will probably tell you a little more detail about that. But I guess the one thing we're struggling with is we need more time to do all of this right. So working on how to, because if we're going to do it, we want to do it right. But
so we had 12 hours of PD this summer with the Kentucky Center for Mathematics and working on the Kentucky Numeracy Project. And it came about because we saw our older children really struggling with math. Their needs were getting greater as the years went on because they lacked the conceptual understanding. And so as their math became deeper and more rigorous, the snowball got larger for them. And it gets to the point where the snowball gets so big that it just really impedes where they're going. So we've done PD on this. So where we're at is we are assessing our kids, and based on our assessments, we are giving them hands-on activities to increase their conceptual understanding of mathematics. So it's a cycle of assessment, activities, assessment, activities. So the first 3 early releases, we have some ladies coming from the Kentucky Center for Mathematics and doing some embedded PD for us during the day, coming in. And the last early release, they modeled number talks in the different classrooms, and teachers on their planning time went in and were able to observe number talks with an adjacent grade, and then we had discussion after school, and that was really good. So we're going to do that for the next 2 early releases. So we're learning. We think it is a good plan. We think it's very necessary. We need to help these kids be successful, and when they lack the conceptual understanding, it's just a big roadblock.
culturally, and this might be a good place to kind of drag Ms. Anderson in here, I think we've been successful at bringing parents in the building more. Would you say that's happened? After our meeting the other night was like, oh, wow. With lots of programs. I don't know if you've sensed the difference in that since you've been with us. I mean, just our special area programs are, I know Mr. Davis happened to be by our school one day when, last fall when our music presentation of our chorus, and they were doing a really cute little, and a little play song, I guess it was a little musical. And that gets paired, big musical, lots of, it was great to sit and see all of our bleachers that are, we have such nice gym now, and seeing that was all filled with parents. There's been other, programs. We try to get the parents in there for some awards, and then also our Roby Rally, we're going to share a little bit as well, too. Stephanie, anything else you want to throw in there about that? She really likes to do teacher interviews. Last year we had 5 teachers, and she was like, oh my gosh. So, but anything else, culture, tell them a few things we're doing about, tell them about our see our shirts.
I was going to just kind of go off what she was saying about PTA, because I am the teacher rep for PTA. My son goes to Roby with me. My older son was there. Actually, you saw him singing last year in the musical. So I bring them there. I'm going to second really what the teachers are saying at Nichols. I bring them there because these teachers care about my children. And I know that. And they are valued there. And I really appreciate the staff that's behind me. Our parents are definitely coming along. I was at the first PTA meeting with Stephanie, and we had quite a few people in our library, which was very surprising, actually, I think, to both of us that night. And a lot of them were new parents to our school. Even some of them were preschool parents to our school, which is great because we're starting off early and we're getting these parents in. And they were very excited. And I think that speaks a lot about our culture and just how it's changing and how it's just moving in a positive direction. Along with that, another teacher who has actually unfortunately left our school at this time, but she and I were talking with Mrs. Corfidge at the end of last year, and we said, Mrs. Corfidge, we really need a theme. We need a theme for our school, something that we can really kind of get around, and we were kind of throwing ideas around some things, and we came up with a theme that's Roby is Wild About Success. You'll see it on some of the t-shirts behind me with some of our teachers. And it's really a theme that we're incorporating across our school. We're using it not only in our classrooms for decoration and that sort of thing, but we're using it in our Roby rallies, and we're using it in our lunchroom for our lunchroom incentive. We're using it for our attendance incentive, for our academic incentives that we do with the kids. So they are hearing success, being successful all the time, everywhere that they're going in the school. And we're using this as a motivation tool for them to help with this, but also just to help them in life, to set goals and to be motivated to achieve those goals and to be successful in what they're doing. So we're really excited about that thing. We love our shirts.
Come to our building, we have some monkeys hanging in
Yes.
on it, so it may, all the monkeys have a goal on them. But if I come to a time, so these are things we have going on. We could sit here and talk because you enjoy talking about what you're doing, what you're working, and I'm really proud of our school. But I guess my bragging rights, and I'm going to just claim this for, I said I'm going to do bragging rights, is these people sitting here. They are hard workers. It was awesome. In some of the PD we redid, of course, with our own staff, and we were at the PLC PD, and I was like going, oh my gosh, we're not on the same page. But when we went back and everybody wrote down our goals, we were so much on the same page. And student achievement is there. Our culture, we want that to be a good, strong culture, and we want to be collaborative in working together. So those three main areas. But then even went further and we said, well, what would be adjectives that would describe our school? And the very first one, and I think everyone, because you put them all together, so we had lots and lots and lots of stickies that said we're a caring staff, and they do. We were there Friday afternoon, worried about a kiddo, way late on fall break. Miss Luxton, I don't know what time she left. We probably left at 6ish or so. We do care about our kids, but that they are just working, so they haul out with lots of stuff and so much hard work and looking up what do we do next. So that's the first thing I'd like to say. Another shout out, I guess, I want to give to a group of our teachers is our third grade team that is kind of relentless. I've heard that word a couple of times, Ms. Coulter, that I don't know that I could really get in there and keep up with them. I'm always telling them that. But we look at our scores to the east a little bit, or sometimes to the south, Mr. Moberly, and we go, oh, wow, and you compare yourself, but you set that goal. But our third grade had the highest scores in the district by a good bit in reading and in math. And they were, because they live and breathe it, and they wanted it, and it was like that basketball game or whatever you want. It's that desire, and that we're going to do this. We did celebrate, and that's what we made gains in all of our areas. I think that's another bragging right, along with our big fourth grade math gain. But I think one of the things that kind of pulls all this together, and if you'll show, we did do a Roby rally where we all celebrated with the kids, and that's our monthly celebration that we do a lot of things, but of course we wanted to make a big deal about this one when we shared with our students what we had done. one of the little girls, well, first of all.
Oh, my.
This is not, this is not Wendy Smith, but they thought she was in Peter Pan, I think. So this is Whitney Smith. The third grade teachers had promised their students last year they would do cartwheels if they all made great gains, and they did. They pulled the kids back together. We kind of had a Back to the Future day, and where they told them that was some competition they did because if they get 96%, their teachers participate in some things. But there was more, a little bit. There we go. There's Miss Gunther running.
Look at that face.
And I'm barefooted.
This one was, we had some of the kids, we put the 4th and 5th graders down, which were last year's 3rd and 4th graders, and they had, what they're throwing away were those scores that said 28th percentile, and we just tried to tell them 28, and now we've gone to 56. And so they were throwing those away. There's Miss Wright. Miss Logston was a little bit sore. Are you okay, Miss Logston?
I'm getting
And there's Wendy Smith. No, Wendy Smith. So it was a fun day. It was a fun day. They got that group of kiddos together, and they gave them either a P or a D. Oh, I had not seen that one. Get off of that.
Safari.
But I'm like Christy. We kind of want to celebrate for a while and kind of go, but you just can't do that very long because that's really scary about, we got to keep this growth up and everything. But the one thing I wanted to tell, and this was a little girl that was in Miss Smith's class last year. I almost started to bring her, but I thought, it could be getting late. When they were all getting up, and if you can see that this year's 4th and 5th graders were sitting on the ground, and this little gal, and she just happened to catch eye contact with me, and she went, "We persevered." And so I said, "Come here." And of course, they were moving. When you move a big group of kids, it takes a while. And I go, "Who told you that?" And she said, "Miss Smith. She always said, if things get hard, you have to persevere. You have to keep." And I said, "What's that mean?" She says, "You just got to keep working hard." So I just love that, and I thought that kind of summed it up. And I hope we're saying good things again next year too. So thanks. They were holding up the new sign. We kept that sign.
So would you like for them to do cartwheels? You all or anything?
I don't know. We'll have to think. We got to have more promises. But those culture things, like you all said, that's the thing. You've got to help. It's that coaching and that wanting, wanting
I
to do.
can't imagine anybody entering the profession of education and not being a caring person. I don't know how you would ever make it through the struggles of being an educator if you didn't care. It has to all eventually work down to that one thing. You care about kids. And if you don't have that piece, it's a waste. I mean, you have to really, it all narrows down to that one piece, that you care about children. And that's the most important part. The rest will come.
Because if kids don't, how would I say it? Because if kids don't care that you know, then they don't, or if they don't care what you know unless they know that you care. Yes.
So, can I ask a question? The parent involvement that was lacking some years ago, what happened? What'd you do? You said it's got better. Just invite people? Did you feed them? Did you?
We did feed them at the first meeting.
We had some snacks.
It was not advertising.
I guess I can answer that one. I don't know, I guess maybe more promotion, just getting it out there that the PTA is there, and just what we're about. This is my 4th year, I guess, with Roby. My kids are in kindergarten. And so it lacked extremely, I think, when I first started.
or came to the BTA, and it's grown each year, but this year it's seen a tremendous improvement already, and it's only October, so hopefully that it just keeps getting better throughout the rest of the year and the coming years.
This year, one thing that they did do, we had some, well, parents were on the board last year, but they took a more important role this year in vice presidents, and a couple of our vice presidents decided we really need a newsletter, a PTA newsletter to go home each month to really highlight what the PTA is doing, give them notice of when the meetings are so that they can be more informed and invited to come. And I think that's been great. It's been sent home for 2 months in a row, and I think that is really helping to keep the communication open for PTA this year. So that's, I know, one thing that we're doing this year that's definitely a big improvement for it.
The other one was the growth. You guys, there were only 4 elementary schools that had growth increases, and you guys had the most. Was it just pure luck, or was it something you did on purpose?
We had it all planned out.
Put a secret on that one.
Walker, I'll let you know. A lot of times we say, today we were kind of having this discussion, okay, where are we going to target? Are we going to look at these? Okay, these were almost got 40th percentile, and these barely were at the 40th percentile in growth. Are we going to target that? You know what? Or are we going to target those novices that were, or the apprentice? If they're not where they need to be, you need to be looking at each individual one. You need to be moving them as far as they can go, whether it's a distinguished kid or a novice kid. That's what matters. So sometimes it's just like, okay, just do it all. You just have to. Now that's what it means. So.
You can't focus on, if you focus completely on one group, then somebody's going to be left out. And how do you decide who's the most important group to focus on?
Well, I think
focus on everybody.
That's exactly right.
We do.
We have to.
And we really
Every
do.
kid counts.
Every kid counts.
Because they're a kid.
Our intervention time that we have that we call clinic, and we're feeling the crunch of that we, in primary, we use an hour a day that is clinic time, but and other schools do this as well, but the whole grade level is leveled. And then those that have the greatest need, our intervention teachers that have a little more training specific in reading, will take 2 of those groups and no more than 3. So that's really more intensive. But then if you put those in, and then the gift that you all always leave in your budget that we love are those 2 tutors. So we have an intervention team of 4 additional people that come to a grade level. And then with the addition of the teachers, then you can decide how to do that. Now, that cuts into your day. And then we have more in this math. We really want to move to a higher level at really embedding this and having that be the way we do math, but it's a challenge. So those are things that continue to be challenges, but you just have to do it all.
So keep on keeping on.
Persevere.
That's the plan.
Persevere. Expect cake.
Expect cake. Expect drink. All right.
Thank you.
Ruth Frame. I've been seeing your name, and I just say Ruth. Ruth Frame. He's French. I got her 31 minutes. This pace is back on.
She went 31 minutes. I see.
No, she wasn't. How old did you say?
He had 31 minutes.
36.
You're right.
She started 20 after.
We're about 4 minutes ahead of schedule.
We're doing all right.
And I promise not to get us behind. How are you, ladies? Everyone get to go take a nap?
Yeah.
So refreshed. I feel like I'm dragging.
High school yet? Thinking about graduate school.
We'll pass these down to that's what I'm going to be.
Is that what you want?
Do I?
Take one.
Oh, yeah, let's sit in this one. Okay. All right, are we ready?
We're ready when you are.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. I'll do quick introductions, and then we'll get started. Miss Lisa Overstreet is my guidance counselor. Miss Leslie Hicks is our instructional coach. Miss Karen German is one of our site-based members and also a reading recovery teacher in our building. Sitting next to her is Miss Anna Snyder, who's also a reading recovery teacher in our building. And next is Miss Michelle Clark, one of our parent SBDM members, and one of our kindergarten teachers next to her, Miss Beth Leahy. And again, and Miss Cassie McKay. Cassie, I didn't see you come in. One of our kindergarten teachers, and I don't know if we have any more that snuck in behind me or not. Anyway, I am going a little different route. One reason is my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, and I can hardly see the screen. So we took that information and put it on something that you'll have right in front of you, and just maybe a little different way of looking at things. But first we did a comparison of last year's scores. Good news and bad news. Good news is, and for the most part, we went up. Bad news is not much. As you can see, but anyway, small growth is better than no growth or going in the wrong direction. We only went up 0.2 of a point from 52.9 to 53.1. And as we looked at scores, if you look at the second page, our achievement again went up just a little bit. Our gap went up a little over a couple of points, but our growth went down we went down in growth about as much as we went up in achievement. So it's, but the unfortunate thing is the growth counts 40% of your total. So it's more than a wash there. But as we looked at our overall scores, and I know in the past we try to compare grade level to grade level each year, which is like comparing apples to oranges. So that's the first thing we did. When we looked at our proficient distinguished kids, it looked like we did go down a little bit in reading, and then when you look at third grade, went down, and this is comparing third graders to third graders and fourth graders to fourth graders. But then when you turn the page, though, things look a little bit different. At least with the same kids, we feel like for the most part, overall in most areas, unfortunately not with this group of kids in reading, they went down just a little less than a point. But if you look at our fourth grade kids to fifth grade, they went up over 7 points in reading. So when you look at same kids, we're doing pretty good with them. Same thing in math. I'm sorry, yes, that is a percent proficient distinguished. Yes. Next page, again in math, sort of the same thing. You can see with fourth grade, when you look at fourth graders to fourth graders, a significant gain in math. But again, that's separate groups of kids. But then when you turn the page, and you can see from the time those kids were in third grade, there was over a 12-point gain with those same kids in math, and only a 2-point gain with them as fifth graders. In social studies, in science, we saw a significant gain, over a 20-point gain in science last year. But unfortunately, we saw a significant decrease in social studies, and we've had some pretty significant discussions about that as well. And the only thing that we feel that was done differently is that, and we've corrected that for this year, but last year, social studies text was not really integrated into reading as much as it had been the year before. Whereas they had read historical fiction novels and, those kinds of things in reading, and it wasn't done last year. There was a change on that team, which, well, I'll go ahead and say, I was going to say it later, but one area that I feel like as a school that it is the most difficult thing for us is we have a high rate of turnover with our teachers. I have 4 K-tips this year. Thankfully, I only had 1 last year, but I had 5 the year before. And so over fall break, actually found a picture of our first staff of when we started 9 years ago, and of that entire staff, only 14 staff members are still there from where we started 9 years ago. And, I tell people when I interview them that it's the toughest job you'll ever love. Some people just have stars in their eyes and want to teach, and, if they're right out of college and don't have experience, it doesn't matter where, they just want a job. And then they get into Shepherdsville and find out that it's a tough job. It's a really tough job, and there are some that find out that they're not cut out for it. We've had teachers that have actually left our school, gone to other schools in the county, that of course, teachers still talk to each other when they leave schools, and they said, I don't have to work half as hard at my new school as I did when I was at Shepherdsville. It's amazing at the difference. It's just a tough job. But anyways, you flip the page there. Our on-demand writing and our language mechanics, we were extremely happy with the success that we saw. As you see, there's significant gains from 17 to 33. And on-demand language mechanics from 26 to 47.
Dave, I can't think. What's Lucy Calkins?
I'm sorry?
Lucy Calkins, is that?
Yeah, Lucy Calkins. Say it again?
Did I miss that?
Yeah,
I can't think.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Lucy Calkins is an educator who writes reading and writing materials. And the reason we had this is the same information when we shared with our staff. I'm using the same information. And the significant gain that they saw, the only thing that we could find that they were doing differently than the rest of the third and fifth grade done, they were using the Lucy Calkins material. They had requested them. So needless to say, this past summer, we purchased those for everyone. So now all grade levels are using those materials, and because that's a pretty significant gain of over 18 points, and that's the only thing that we could find that was really different among them.
What about your science, the big jump in your science? What did you do there? I mean, that was...
Going to be very blunt, they taught science. Very, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just the fact that I had a group of teachers. It was a complete change of team from the year before. As a matter of fact, there was not one person on last year's 4th grade team that was on the team the year before. Now, the unfortunate thing is there's not one person on the 4th grade team this year that was on the 4th grade team last year. I know. It really is. It's a significant turnover. And we had people that left that for various reasons. They took jobs in Jefferson County. That lady decided to stay home and be mom and homeschool her own kids. Others that just realized they weren't cut out for Shepherdsville and chose a different line of work. One lady with personal issues decided to leave before Christmas. Just a lot of turnover. And, as a principal, I don't know what you do about that. When people are adults and they make their own decisions a lot about their careers, it makes it tough. But the next little handout that I have for you, this is the data chart that Ms. Jan Stone provided for us, and I'll go through this and talk about what we're doing to improve. And this just sort of lays out the scores that would normally be up on the overhead, but you can see these a little bit better. Again, you see an achievement. We grew just 0.2 of a point. Our gap group, which is really interesting in our school because our gap group is pretty much all of our kids. Because when you look at our population, usually in most schools it would sort of be flipped because we probably only have 10% or less of our kids that aren't part of our gap group. So you look in some schools and it's flipped and they have, may have a 10% gap group or whatever. but we only have about 10% of our kids that are not part of our gap group because of the way that's calculated. So when we talk about our gap, we're talking about all of our kids. Our growth, again, as you see, was down just a small amount, less than a point. Our overall score up 0.2 of a point. Our achievement points, again, up just a small amount. Our non-duplicated up a little over 2 points. So anyway, you see our totals there.
David, can you explain that to me just to?
Yes.
I may be misinterpreting something. So
Which
the
one?
gap, that non-duplicated gap points, that's the 30% of that is the 11.2, right?
Which one, I'm sorry, which one, where are we?
The non-duplicated cap score is 30% of the 37.4, is that right? The second column. Then
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I was-
Score is, non-duplicated gap score is 11.2 this year, and it's 37.4 points. So is that right, Jan?
Right, because of that multiplier of how that works, yes. So they were up.
But so that group, though, is about 90% of the tested population?
Right. So that 90% of our tested population grew. Obviously not as much as we wanted them to,
Right.
but just not, I mean, they grew just not enough.
So that's 37.4% of those 90% of the kids got proficient or distinguished.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, I thought that was.
Yes.
So that's 60.5 on the achievement points is 100% of the kids.
Correct.
That's a big gap there. I mean, a big difference in that number. It's kind of surprising, I guess. Have you looked at that much? Is it, you know what I'm asking? I'm not sure what I'm asking, but I think I'm asking. If that's almost all the kids, it looks like that number will be closer to 60 rather than 37.5.
If this is 90% of our kids in the gap group, this is 100% of our kids testing. There's a big difference in these two numbers.
Can you explain that?
And I'm asking because I don't know.
I'm not sure how to explain that.
I'm not sure how to
because,
explain it.
you know,
Dan may do a better job
When we
explaining that
looked at grade levels,
than I
there would
can.
be, like, grade levels only had 10 or 15 children that were not in the gap group. So I think what your question is, I mean, it would seem like those two numbers would be
closer
closer
together, yes.
because it's almost the same kids except for a very few. I don't understand.
I'm not
It's a really
exactly
good question. I
positive
don't
it's
know.
measuring the same thing as that.
Right, that's. Well, it's just, they're all in one gap.
Can Jan answer that?
That's why it's not.
I don't know, Danny, did you hear that?
He's cutting it.
That's right. If he has, there's 206, like in reading, there's 262 kids, students in the total group.
Right.
There's 213 in the non-duplicated gap group, which is what, 49 students that he has that are not in the gap group. So what I was looking at was to see where it could have made an impact if those 49 students were the proficient distinguished. That would, because you would have gotten a point. So that's what I was checking here, was to see what percent proficient distinguished. You had 34 here, and then
Still
in
seems
the
a lot.
gap, you had 30.
Right.
You had 5.2s for distinguished in reading in your gap group, or in your overall, you had 9.2. So you're getting that those 49 students are the higher performance, what it appears. I don't know, Leslie, have you looked at that at all to see?
No, I have not, but that's,
Okay. But it's interesting data.
it really is. We need to take a hard look at that.
And let's see. So that appears to be what's happening.
Okay, well, I just
So
make sure I wasn't.
Just kind of skewed. He only has 49 students that are not in his gap group.
Yeah, 49 out of 260.
At 262,
So
and
that's-
then there were 213 in his gap.
So 49 out of 260 is around 20%, right?
So that'd be 80.
It's about a fifth. So.
He's the math guy, he knows that stuff.
5 by 250.
All right.
Yeah, that's big.
So the question that we want to answer is what we're doing to improve and to make things better. And one thing that we're doing, obviously, and we've got 2 or 3 pages of things that we're doing, and we're going to hit those quickly, but the main thing that we're doing is that we're sharpening our focus on 3 main things this year. One of those, when we looked at our test scores, writing was an area that we felt like that our kids sort of fell off, and we could have done a much better job. Overall, our multiple choice looked to be pretty good, but it was the writing that seemed to hurt us. So we are modeling and are having teachers to model, and we're practicing extended and short answer questions more than we have in the past. Our reading workshop with thinking strategies integration, and math workshop approach with problem-solving focus, which includes multi-step problems, and just trying to focus in on those 3 areas. And when it comes to just the area of reading, our readers workshop model is being implemented building-wide. We purchased the materials this past summer. We provided training, but also that training is ongoing. That's one thing that we got from the TEL survey over the last couple of years, is that teachers were concerned that professional development was not always followed up on. It was sometimes we would have a one-shot thing and we weren't following up on that. So we have something called Monday Mania, and basically it is a 20-minute volunteer, you can call it PD or whatever, but it's every Monday after school for 20 minutes. And Leslie and our reading experts in the building do a quick 20-minute PD over some kind of reading strategy that teachers come, learn about, and then take that and implement in their classroom immediately. So that keeps that in front of them. We're continuing with our guided reading groups. Our RTI, we're doing differently this year too. We've had the privilege to hire, in the past, teachers have been doing all the RTI, but we have restructured our Title I program, and we have hired 2 highly qualified instructional assistants. And when I say highly qualified, they're actually certified teachers, but they were hired as instructional assistants, but they're actually certified teachers. And anyway, they have taken the RTI responsibilities off the teacher's plate, and that gives them more time to teach and help strengthen our core. So we're really blessed in that. We're also using our instructional tutors that the district provides, along with our instructional assistants, to help provide the RTI, as well as our ESS instructional assistant, our 2 reading recovery teachers, as well as Ms. Margie Lindy, who's also a reading recovery teacher. We have her hired part-time through our Title I. So we have a lot of highly qualified people that's working on that. Our reading recovery teachers provide SIM groups. Also, thinking strategies, our core team was trained back in the spring, so we are now implementing that school-wide this year. Our ongoing common assessments are not just common assessments this year, but teachers are having to do an in-depth analysis of those and change their instruction. In the area of math, again, a lot of the same thing other schools are doing. One thing that we are a little bit different on, we have a math recovery teacher through the math recovery grant that other schools, I think there's only one other school in the district that has that, and we use her a lot with our RTI. Compass Learning, just like everyone else, but also she does monthly math collegial meetings after school for ongoing math PD as well. The math automaticity is going on in our building. Again, our ongoing common assessments. We have our ESS daytime waiver is for math instructional assistant that works with our 4th and 5th grade teachers, our students. In the area of writing, we've provided reading writers workshop materials and training for all of our teachers this past summer. And again, that's followed up on in our PLCs. Our writing plan has been updated and it's aligned with the Common Core standards. Our school-wide on-demand practice is continuing this year, as well as having school-wide organizational strategies for on-demand and open response. What had happened in the past, teachers were just sort of using what they felt comfortable with. So we would have a kid that was taught one way of organizing, in one grade and then get to the next grade level, and the teacher had something completely different. So the inconsistency was just confusing. So now the same thing is used school-wide. Science and social studies, we're integrating those into our workshop at the younger grades from third grade down. Of course, fourth grade science is taught as a separate subject, as well as fifth grade social studies. But other things that we're doing, I just want to point out quickly, and again, this isn't an all-inclusive list, but our RTI clinic, we're doing that as a pilot in fifth grade, but we're calling that win time instead of RTI. And it's what I need, because there are some kids that need remediation. There are other kids that are gifted and talented that need something that goes above and beyond that. On the last page, we're doing live scorings to where we have other teachers go in and help a teacher and his students with their writing. They'll go to those teachers and say, I'm finished. They'll score those, and if it's not proficient work, it's handed back, and they go and continue to work on that until it's proficient writing. Also, we're using time limits with our students as they are doing their test to help build stamina and also to get used to testing within that time frame. And that's what catches a lot of kids on this new test, is that they run out of time. And we had a tremendous number of kids last year, unfortunately, that didn't finish the test because they simply, when time was up, time was up. It's not like it used to be to where they could go and, the bus was coming and then you run to get them on the bus before it left the parking lot. When time's up, time's up. So we're certainly working on that. Naming and claiming students who can be bumped from novice to apprentice or apprentice to proficient. And it makes a difference when you put a name with a kid. And teachers know exactly who those kids are. And another, I don't necessarily want to call it an initiative, just something we actually did a few years ago, but because we've had such a turnover in staff, Jennifer Williams was trained this past summer in the Ruby Payne poverty materials. And she's already been to our building once and done a training with our teachers in understanding and working with families from poverty. And it's not an excuse. Mr. Falk and both Mr. Falk and someone else earlier made the comment that just because kids are from poor families doesn't mean they can't learn. And I agree with that so much. I mean, I'm a free lunch kid. I'm a free lunch kid. And one thing that I get so passionate about is when I look into the face of so many of these kids, I see me. And they can learn. Maybe different than maybe some other kids learn or whatever the case, but we're going to get there. And but again, I feel like right now our biggest hurdle is getting a consistent staff in place. I mean, when you have people that you hire in new and don't even stay with you a semester, or they stay with you a year and they're gone, but I feel like that right now that's one of our biggest hurdles, is getting a staff in place, them getting some experience and getting their feet wet and sticking with us. So if you have any suggestions on how to make that happen, when you interview and think you're hiring good people, they'll tell you anything to get a job, but you can't make them stay.
Tell them they can't quit.
Is there anything in the contract about that? I'm not sure if there's anything in the contract about that or not.
It's not mentioned in the contract, I think.
I think they're focusing on understanding dealing with children from poverty is a very important piece, because a lot of times people have no experience with poverty in their own personal life, so they don't understand where these kids are coming from. So I think that's a really important piece.
It's generated some good discussions among our staff about
And
that.
and I think sometimes when you read Ruby Payne, you're like, oh my goodness, I didn't even understand that. Because if you've not been exposed to that kind of poverty, you don't understand it. And it does make a difference.
I can address that too, because I spent almost 20 years of my nursing career in home health. And I have to tell you, I thought I knew poor, and I found out I didn't even know how to spell it. Some of the conditions we ran into within 10 miles of Louisville, it's just incredible how people had to live. So, yeah, I can identify with that.
But they can all learn.
They can, absolutely, and at high levels. And of course, the high expectations is key to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She was gonna ring the bell.
With a wood stove. Their COPD's getting worse.
Come on up here, Monarch.
Dr. Grove, Mr. Cedar.
Mr. Cedar. Yeah, come on in.
I think we got litigation coming up again next week. I think we should sue everybody that's doing that.
What's the password?
That's Brett.
Well, while Ms. Pole's getting the computer working, I'll introduce who's on the panel here. Starting down here, Parent Representative Emily Monarch. I gave Ms. Corfage a hard time. I get to spend in the same room with two Corfages. That's Ms. Corfage's daughter. Ms. Harper, a Parent Representative. Ms. Rebecca Morris, fourth grade teacher. Ms. Newberry, our guidance counselor. Ms. Boyle, our instructional coach. We do have a couple of SBDM members either out with a husband that had a surgery or with their children at this time. So, and we may have some staff come in since we're starting a little bit early. I kind of debated how to go about talking about this today, but I'm just going to cut right to the chase and not sugarcoat it. As one principal talked about, what one good teacher will do. Our school was affected by one subject area, and that was social studies. Simply put, Ms. Boyle and I one day spent time working with the data and all that, and if the improvements that we made in reading, math, science, language mechanics, and even some of the decreases in writing, if our social studies had stayed the same, not improved or anything, just stayed the same from last year, we would have been at a 68.5 index, which would have moved us up. To meet our AMO. It would have moved us up 3 or 4 points. So that's what, and I'll take full responsibility for our social studies scores. And I know our fifth grade teachers would take the responsibility as well. But I did make some changes in teachers. We did go from departmentalized in fifth grade to what's the word? Self-contained. Thank you. Self-contained, and that, and when doing so, my goal was to build up math, literacy, and when we made those changes, social studies teacher was in there, was moved, and maybe that was the reason, maybe not. I don't know, but we did fall in social studies, and that one subject seemed to have caused our drop overall. And you can look at writing. Our writing went down about 17, but it's not because our novice in writing went up or whatever. Matter of fact, our novice went down. What had happened was we had a large percent of proficient students from the year before, which aren't the same students. That percentage went from proficient to apprentice. So yeah, we did go down in writing, but where we got hurt the most in our overall index was social studies.
Is writing fifth?
On demand, yeah. Language mechanics, writing mechanics is fourth, which we did fine in that, but our on demand did go down. But even it going down didn't affect us like social studies did, because when you look at the social studies data, you had the growth, you had the novice or lack of growth, you had the gap group that struggled. So within that overall social studies, when you break down the individual parts, that overall area hurt us. And the good thing, and that's the only negative I'm going to talk about, start with the negative, end with the positive. The good thing is our teachers have already been working on it, You know, they're working with other schools, they're talking to other teachers throughout the district about social studies strategies, instruction. The thing that our teachers maintained last year was they were teaching the standards. You know, they weren't avoiding the standards or anything like that. We didn't forget about social studies, we just didn't do as well in it as we had in the past. But we'll make sure and take care of that as well as writing. Just to give you some positives, bragging rights, and when I say bragging rights, I'll give you another example of how one student can affect a score, similar to what we talked about with Nichols. Before we had to clean up data, we were at a 61.7. Then when data cleanup, we went to a 61.6. And what we found was we had a student move to another district, and that student happened to be special ed. And throughout the whole time, you know, we gave her the accommodations, the modifications, and that student moved the first day of testing. Well, and the student moved back to us at the beginning of the year. And we asked her, did you get help? She said she did not get certain things read to her. And I'm not making excuses, I'm just telling you how one kid can affect your data. So we went from a 61.7 to a 61.6 once that data cleanup happened. Now, would that student have scored very well? Would that student have scored better if she was with us? We would like to think so. You know, because of her being in her comfort level of the school she's been in all year, her being with the teachers that she's been with all year and everything, we would like to think that she would have done better. But, you know, that's just how one student can either change results for the negative or for the positive.
I don't think you said it, but just in case you don't know, you still get that girl's score.
Yeah, because she was been with us for 100 days.
100 days. So,
but she didn't get the accommodation she was used to have.
Well, now if you go by her, then no. But I mean, even if she had gotten an accommodation, she was out of her comfort zone. So, you know,
Some things you can't control.
That's right. Some things you can't control. Some positives here is we would have been third place in the district if we'd have been tied for third in the district if we kept 61.7. We were fourth in overall in growth. One of the exciting things this year is that our fifth grade was #1 in district, proficient, distinguished in reading and math. As I shared with the staff yesterday through email, you know, Ms. Boyle, the staff, Ms. Newberry, we've all looked at this data till we're blind and everything. But one thing I've sent by email going into this meeting is, from what I know, this is the first time our fifth grade's ever been first in reading and math, as far as I know. And I told them, tell me if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, and I haven't gotten a response back, so I must have researched the data well enough. We were first in fourth grade math, second in fourth grade reading. We were overall third in reading in the district. We were third in the district in science, and I pointed out to our staff, our science was at 84%, was 84 point something, 84 even, with in science, proficient, distinguished. And Miss Morris is our fourth grade science teacher. She also teaches fourth grade social studies and writing. But it's a testimony to what Miss Morris does in class, in her fourth grade classes, because we went away from a science lab and we have a math lab. And the two schools that are ahead of us are both schools that incorporated a science lab. And Miss Morris's kids were not very far behind them. And it was, you know, based on the instruction and the assessments and the day-to-day blood, sweat, and tears that Miss Morris goes through in the science lab. Matter of fact, her son's back here, and he's a student teacher at North Bullitt, so he's getting ready to go through the same blood, sweat, and tears. But you know, it's a testimony to what Miss Morris does in science each and every year. And matter of fact, that hard work, I believe, went from a 79 last year or 78 last year to an 84 this year.
We gained 6.4% in proficient distinguished in science.
So we were also third overall in language mechanics. To show that we did make growth in several areas of and a high percentage of growth. We had 70.2% of our fourth graders show typical growth in reading, so they were well over that 40%. We had 87.8% of our fourth graders show typical growth in math. So a large amount of students making growth there. One of the things that we're proud of at Cedar Grove is our consistency. Our staff has been together a lot longer than I've been there. We've had a few new ones. Compared to the rest of the staff, I'm new, Miss Boyle's new, Miss Newberry's new. Most of the staff has been there for double-digit years. And, I hear a lot of times people want new blood in their building, and that's all well and good, but if you have a strong, consistent staff, they'll take care of business and everything. And I truly believe that's what's going to happen this year with social studies. It's going to be taken care of. I have no concerns with it not being taken care of. Sometimes you gotta eat a little humble pie to make improvements, and social studies humbled us a little bit, and we're ready to make improvements in that. But our RTI interventionists, we have two certified teachers that they work with Tier 2 students, but they take care of our Tier 3, our more intense strugglers, and help them move along. And you'll see the growth that these students, our RTI students, make throughout the year through MAP scores, DRA scores. Our grade level teams and we're trying to do a better job of having vertical PLCs this year, and our grade level teams, they meet a lot of times in their own PLCs without me or Miss Boyle, and do a great job of looking at data, instruction, what's not working, what are next steps. If it is working, let's move a little bit faster. All the hard work that we've done in math over the last 3 to 4 years since the new standards, I believe you can tell has paid off with our results. Obviously we can do better, but first and fifth, first and fourth, and I believe fourth and third grade, overall first in the district in math, and I almost believe, and I've talked to different teachers, I almost believe the new standard just scared us to do better. They were so hard that it just scared us to do better in a way. Work harder, work more together to overcome the gaps.
Focused everything.
Right, and because there's a lot of gaps that when we first started out, some fifth graders were going to have content that was originally in 8th grade. So to really overcome those gaps. But this is our third year with the Go Math program, and we bought in hook, line, and sinker with it. It does a great job of spiraling, but it has the students go more in detail with their thinking in math. Several schools, I know Roby talked about parent involvement. Our Don't Watchdog program has taken off. We had a good level of involvement last year, but at our opening pizza party for the dads, I wish I had done the numbers, and me and Ms. Purdue, our family resource, had done the numbers, but I can't tell you how many dads were there that not only signed up, but when I say signed up, put their name on the calendar to be involved. And in September alone, we only had 4 days without watchdogs. And 2 of those days, we had two males in our building helping with students, working with students. Yeah, but there was only 4 days, and I believe those were Wednesdays. One was early release, and there was 4 days we didn't have a watchdog in the building. But when you have 2, we only had 2 days without it. So there's some of the things that are going well for us, consistency. Here's some things that we're doing to continue academic progress. And one of the things that we'll be working with and tomorrow, and I've already emailed the PLC agenda to Mr. Price for tomorrow. One thing that we're going to focus with our teachers And I have them on Wednesdays that they meet with me to create an agenda that they want to talk about, but I'll add a little, if I need to add something, I will, or Ms. Boyle. One of the things that we're going to do is look at data boards for our GAT students. Yeah, we're looking at all students, and we'll continue to look at all students, but one of the things that we've had a discussion within our staff is, because of free and reduced lunch and some things being so confidential, a lot of times we can't just share those over emails or out in public. We've got some gap information and boards ready for them to have it there, so they don't have to go searching for that information and looking through piles and piles of paperwork. We're going to have those names ready for them to go. Ms. Boyle, Ms. Newberry, and myself, each week we're working with a grade level. Like today, I was with fifth grade. I worked with 5 or 6 students on multiplication facts. I know Ms. Boyle yesterday, maybe even today, was with second grade. Fourth grade.
Struggling readers.
So and next week we'll be with K, first and third. So I've been in Miss Strange, Miss Shelton, and Miss Weinberg's kindergarten classes, working with them on their sight words. So we're getting more involved in helping with the students. Obviously, if other things come up, we got to take care of that. And the teachers know that. But we're getting more involved with the students as well. We call that our focus groups or our focus grades for that week. We've maximized RTI. Over the last couple of years, our RTI groups have gotten a little too big, where the kids can't get what they need. Some of our groups have been up to 6 or 7 students in a group. Now we're making sure that those groups get no bigger than 4. So those students that really are struggling get more intense help, more focused help. Our teachers, and I know Miss Morris here can talk about this or give more information if she wants to, but teachers really taken to the data from program review, especially with writing, and using our technology integration specialists to incorporate more technology into writing. I know our 4th grade team is using the program called Glockster for their presentation. I know some of our other teams, grade levels, are using Glockster. 5th grade, Miss Lowe's using KidBlog. I know you've heard about Edmodo, but our grade levels are focusing in on that data, even with the program reviews that we found that we need to work in and try to improve student performance through those type of data. Mr. Price emailed the principals today wanting to know our early release agendas for next week. And I don't have that, but with writing, our writing committee is going to be working on early release day, and really our writing committee and 3rd, 4th, and 5th have been working even before the data came out with writing, and they're going to tie those in together on next early release. But it's about a 6-bullet agenda of what we're going to work on at early release next Wednesday. Anybody got any questions? I didn't go through this. I figured y'all had that in front of you. I won't go read it to you. The main thing is we know where we're doing well and where we're going to try to continue to make better, and we know where we fell short in, and we've already started a few weeks back making plans to improve. I've been accused a lot of times, and as I told one teacher, you'll accuse me as long as I'm here of jumping the gun sometimes. Unfortunately, and I'll try to keep this short, so Coulter, make sure you blow the horn or whatever. There was one teacher in tears over what I perceived as we didn't do well in reading. Because we get that data pretty early, and I didn't really want to sit on the data. Of course, I didn't share anything, so Miss Stone, don't get worried. I didn't break the law or anything. I just said we got to work on reading. Well, come to find out, teachers stress out over this assessment, stress out over the data, and then their principal jumps the gun with what the early data looked like, and at that grade level ended up being first in reading in the district.
Still got to work on it.
But yeah, you still gotta work on it. But then I told her, we joked around afterward, but it is stressful. You look at this data, you can look at it from the time it comes out in August to the time we are now, and, I stressed out, I jumped the gun, but now, we're doing good things. We'll get better, we'll get back to where we're supposed to be in social studies and writing. But we've started that process way before data was allowed to be out in public. And we do have several staff members that just showed up. So, if you have any questions of I know our two parent members are new. This is their first year, so they may not be able to answer some of the data questions in great detail. But if you have any questions for her.
Well, for the parents, communication, I think Cedar Grove has excellent e-news stuff. I don't know about the paper things that come home, but is that adequate? You feel
Yeah,
like?
it's really good. And this year they started sending a lot of the Tuesday stuff by email, which is nice to have it consolidated in one place, less paper
Going
flying
green.
everywhere. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you know where it is.
Yeah.
It's on your phone.
Right.
Yeah. If you're not sure, you can go back and check, make sure.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Otherwise it gets thrown in the garbage, you don't know where it's at now.
Any questions? I liked what you said about the old blood or new blood. It's not bad. It's the type of blood. Got good, the whole guy's got good blood.
And consistency in your staff, I think, is really important. Really important.
All right. Nice work.
Thank you.
Well, sure, you got me notes.
How are you? I see you 2 days in a row.
I know, and you're so lucky.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess we're a few minutes early. I'm new to this, so my name is Patrick Durham, and I'm just going to introduce my SBDM, and I have another teacher, actually a K-TIP teacher with us this year. This is Miss Taylor, a parent representative for my SBDM. Miss Henson, our MSD/ASD unit teacher. Carrie Compton, our instructional coach. Miss Burchett, first, second grade split, used to be our RTI until the day before school started. And Mr. Diano, fourth grade teacher, and Miss Hoskins, second grade teacher. Honestly, I've agonized over this talk for quite a long time. I've been in Mr. Schultz, I've been in Ms. Stone's, I've been in Mr. Price's office looking at these scores. As you can see on there, in 2011, 2012, LJ was 83rd percentile and proficient. And when scores came back, we had dropped 33 percentile. And that might have been okay, LJ of old, but the new improved LJ, that's not happening. And I wasn't happy about it. In fact, our staff was sick when we came up and had our talk. And we've been analyzing. Ms. Compton and I have been looking at it for, 2 months now, since the first day we were allowed to look at this. It's not where I want to be. I want to see growth. And I know what kind of staff. Been there 6 months now, 3.5 of which have had students in the building. But I want to see growth. I know what kind of staff we have, and I know how hard they work. And this is not indicative of what LJ really is. I think we're a lot better than that. Mr. Robley talked about how we didn't forget to teach the standards. The standards being taught. Ms. Compton, when I came aboard, she tried to give me the rundown as much as possible to help get me up to speed. Teachers were teaching. We weren't just having recess all day or anything. So I honestly don't have all the answers, and I'm still in investigation mode right now. It's difficult to talk about, I guess, because I don't have all those answers. And hopefully, very soon we'll start finding these areas, because I don't think it's just one thing. And I'll go through the scores, and then I'll talk about we're moving forward. I talked to the staff, a lot of staff emails I put. We can either look through our rear view or we can look through our windshield. And I'm planning on looking through the windshield, and I think they are too. I want to put these scores behind us and move forward, because our goal is always a blue ribbon school and being distinguished. So, and we're not going to stop until we get there. I'll just kind of, with what Ms. Stone gave you all, I'll go through those scores first. Like you saw, we were at 66.4. In 11-12, we fell to a 57.7 overall score, which dropped us 33 percentile. Achievement, in 2012, we were 21.1, and we fell to a 19.7. Our gap score went from a 14.2 to 11.9, and our growth score went from a 31.1 to a 26.1. So we fell in all areas, overall scores. Look in the wrong paper, sorry. When we look at our individual accountability scores in reading, we had a growth of 2.6 points. In math, we fell 3.1 points. In science, we fell 8.4. Social studies, we fell 8.3. Writing, we fell 9.2. In language mechanics, we went up 1.1 points. And our overall, in accountability, fell to 4.7 points when you add all that up. Like I said, we're looking forward, not looking backwards. As far as proficient distinguished, we did have 3 areas that we improved. Unfortunately, our novice numbers grew in every area, as you can see. But we did grow in language mechanics by 2.2%. We grew in reading and proficient distinguished by 6.3%. And we grew in writing by 0.6, which in science we had a 17.3 point bonus, and in language mechanics we had a 5.3 point bonus, which helped us out with our score, and we needed it. So, I really didn't want to spend a long time talking about those numbers. I wanted to talk about what we're doing to improve and what we're doing to look forward and distance ourselves and get us back to being proficient and on the path to being distinguished school. We were talking, Ms. Compton and I were talking throughout the summer, what are we going to do when we get our staff back together? What are some things we need to do? What do I need to assess? And so we were thinking, Ms. Compton and I talked confidentially and we didn't talk to anyone else. What were our goals? And of course my goals are always build and maintain positive school culture, improve student achievement and growth, and then improve student attendance. So one of our first activities when we came back from the summer, let's get the staff together, kind of use what Rich Smith had used. Let's see how everyone sees are important to our school, what we need to do, what we need to focus on. And every sticky note except for 2 had the same exact thing that I had shared only with Ms. Compton. And the 2 that didn't go were love our students. And I think that was kind of our overarching that many schools have talked before about loving students first, and then we can get everything going. And that's what kind of staff we have at LJ. You can walk in our school and see that kind of culture. When you walk in, you see politeness, you see the PBIS really working, you see kids responding to positive approaches to behavioral intervention. I love every day when I walk into that school, and I think many of our teachers do too, if not every single teacher. We set our goals. Let's see, sorry. Set those goals. We talked about a lot of things. What can we do? And some of the things that we initiated the process. We've not gotten there, and that's where we're going to go with our releases. Are working not just horizontally, because a lot of times we talk about working within teams, but working vertically. How are we, is our primary preparing our intermediates? Are they getting them ready? Are we in reading? We had 32% novice in reading in third grade. And so is our primary program preparing our readers, our young readers. So that's something we're going to be looking at. Another thing is we're working on 3 things: improving our school culture, school community, and it's working within our community of LJ, and the commitment to excellence and student growth. And as far as culture, I think everything on my e-news, it's always family. It's very family oriented. It's not just family of teachers, it's family of students, it's families of families. In my e-news, it's always good afternoon, good morning, LJ family. I want everyone to feel that they're a part of this, whether it's a community, whether it's a business owner, whether it's a teacher or a student. That's something I want everyone to know, that they're a part of our success, and we're going to celebrate that success when we get it back next year. A lot of my work with the community is to connect or reconnect with the community members, talking to Mr. Sweat and the police and fire, and making myself seen, and getting LJ back to being that pride that when people are in LJ, the community, are talking about LJ Elementary, that they're proud of us. They're proud of that school. We're kind of separated a little bit. People see us as out by ourselves, kind of like Nichols. And that's fine with me. But I want everyone in that community to know that LJ is the place to be, and that they wouldn't send their kids anywhere else. So, as far as culture within the school, one thing is when we're talking about team planning, working together, not so much jigsaw, but working with each other, really looking at lesson plans. Are we working together as a team, or are we just kind of, here are my math, here are my reading, here are my writing plans. Let's put them together, put them on the website, and then let's move on. Excuse me, that's not what we want. We want to make sure that we're working together, really analyzing, are we really talking about what we need to be talking about with lesson plans? Are we just planning, looking at them the day before, or are we really discussing what are these the best lesson plans that we can produce for those students? Are we giving our students the best chance to succeed and be proficient, distinguished every single day, every single second of every day? That's something that I do lean pretty heavily on Ms. Compton, my instructional coach. That's one of her big roles, is to make sure that she continues our work from PLCs into the team planning and then into classrooms. And I think without that role of an instructional coach, my job would be even a lot more difficult, I guess you could say. Also, I wanted to really talk about our commitment to excellence. I think Miss Getty, she started a lot of great things at LJ. She got that ball rolling. They would not have been in the 83rd percentile without her guidance before there. But I have to be honest, I was the 4th principal last year. Miss Getty, and then Miss Neal and Mr. Price, and then myself when I came on at the end of March. I think that had a lot. I think that had a lot to do. It's all Mr. Price's fault.
Where's he at?
Yeah, blame him. And also, and our counselor started in the middle of the year also. So I think there was a lot of a ship without a rudder, I guess, and I take responsibility for that. It's my school, it's our school, and I think that's one of the big things that I want to. I'm not sitting here saying that's their source. I wasn't there. It's not the way it is. I was sick to my stomach when I saw these, because I wanted to take ownership. I wanted to work with each and every one of these people on this panel and the rest of my my staff on how we can move forward. A lot of the things were in place, we're just tweaking. We're going back, we're really looking at, we're analyzing, what are we doing to improve? I don't know if people, when they saw the 83rd, were like, oh, let's just do what we always done. But we know if we do what we've always done, we'll never get where we need to be. And that's on my signature line on my email. I think that's real important to not ever rest on our laurels. I'm not saying that happened, but we tend to relax when we finally make it. You know, LJ has struggled for a long time to meet proficiency. They get there, you want to relax a little bit, but that's when you have to buckle down harder. And I think our staff sees that a little bit and how we can't relax to that point, I guess. This year we went full scale with workshop model. We started the process with that workshop book, getting in and incorporating the best practices that are associated with the workshop model, especially student discussion. Students learn from each other just as much as they learn from us. I don't want our teachers to become Charlie Brown's teachers, just squawking up front. I want our teachers to be just as much of the process of learning as the students. We learn from each other. And with that being said, if we're following workshop model, formative assessment is a natural part of that process. You're constantly analyzing, you're constantly assessing the growth of each and every student. And I think we are full scale in reading, and we're getting there with math. I actually thought we could be faster than what we were as far as implementing this process. Actually, we pulled the reins back. Let's do it the right way. Let's not push forward and then have to redo. Because that's part of the process when we're team planning with our teachers, is that let's slow down to speed up in the long run instead of speeding up and redoing and redoing and redoing. So I think that's been confirmation for some teachers and eye-opening for other teachers. As we get better with workshop model, we'll begin to incorporate thinking strategies and a lot of those strategies along the way. But without the workshop model, it's really difficult to get into thinking strategies and do it appropriately. In math, this is our second year. Last year was our first year with Go Math. In my work with OVEC and the state and deconstruction of the standards for 3 years prior to now, it trained me and it got me to thinking about excuse me, being standard-based thinker, not a program follower. And that's hard when you're finally given a great tool like Go Math and you follow it to the T, but there's something missing sometimes. And taking that risk to do what you think is best. And I want my teachers to know that Go Math is a great program, but we got to think about standards first and how programs can accentuate what we want to do with student growth and not how student growth needs to fit into a program. And that's hard, especially when you're trained by these people that come in and say, you need to follow this to the T. But we got to make things work for us and most importantly, work for the students to their advantage. And I think that's one thing that we're working on, and I tell them all the time, take that risk. Take the risk. We'll get rewards in the long run, but take that risk, try some things. If it doesn't work, like in a workshop model, we know what didn't work and we don't do that again. We continually try to improve what we're doing. In PLCs, one of the things that we're working on is to dig deeper. And the number one question my teachers hate is show me, prove it. We want to see proof, work samples, data, especially in our RTI days. Once a month we have our RTI days where we really look at data. We bring in our school psychologist, counselor, instructional coach, each team, special education consultant. And we really talk about those students and what are they making growth. And we also have our RTI team, have a full 5-team RTI team. It's spearheaded by a certified teacher. And we're specifically targeting those students that aren't making the necessary growth that we're seeing in the classroom. And before, that process of in RTI and out of RTI was a little stagnant, I guess, in my view. It was based on MAP and cut scores with MAP. Now we're looking at MAP, we're looking at K-Prep, we're looking at common assessments, formative assessments, and teacher judgment. Because our teachers know these students day in and day out. And I think that's important, that their voice and their opinion, along with those samples and that data, that really helps drive what we're doing. It's one thing to have a lot of data, but it's another thing to do something with it. And we have all this data, let's use it to our advantage. And also, as we've gotten K-Prep scores and MAP scores and a lot of this, using this data, we're going to be tweaking our ESS program. It's currently an after-school program that we have, and we're going to be tweaking that. And I've also contemplating a daytime waiver with that, still in the decision process with that one. And then we also have time set aside for our Title I computer lab person to pull focus groups at the end of the day. And right now she's kind of working with some small groups. At one point she was working one-on-one with some students that were really struggling to start the year. And so she does that. She has the computer lab, and she works with Compass Learning with extension-based lessons and interventions. And then at the end of the day, she works on interventions with some students in 3rd grade. We just have a lot of tweaks along the way. Not throwing the baby out the bathwater, but we're going to get back to proficiency, if not better. I would love to say by next year, but we're going to make improvements, and that is my promise to that. We're going to make improvements, and we'll continue to do what's best for students and improve my community and improve the culture of my school, inside and out. Do you have any questions? Hopefully not too many. No.
I think you anticipated her questions.
Yeah, she got it.
I try to think that way.
You did it again.
I like the idea that you want to slow down and be more deliberate in attacking your issues. I think sometimes we get so frantic that we lose sight of where we're wanting to go. And I think the attitude of slowing down and being more deliberate in your evaluation of your scores and what got you there and what can get you where you want to be. I think that's a really...
Well, pacing guides are great if they're learning at every stop, but not every student is on that pacing guide. And their pacing is different. So
every individual student,
right.
You can't just, because 17 are getting it, you just go on and leave these 3 back here that don't get it. That always bothers me. Everybody needs to get it. Everybody needs to get it. So I like that idea of slowing down and being deliberate.
Anything else?
air conditioning finally kicked on. Burning up here.
A lot of hot air coming out.
I know. Been a lot of fire coming out of my mouth and ears for like 2 months now. So,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ready to get my testimony. All right, worked on it.
All right, well, presentations are over. We have one consent item there. Three. Oh, on the back. We have 3 consent items there, yes.
We're here if you got questions.
Mr. Schultz, we have questions, so. What?
Roman Derby dinner and
Derby dinner.
Which is awesome.
That's awesome, yeah. I'm gonna sneak on, I think I'm gonna sneak on that trip. I'm gonna sneak on that trip. The Gatton Academy. And the DKU, I'm going down
They
there.
need some volunteers.
They just might.
They probably do. They're always looking for volunteers, especially if you have medical training, because then, you know.
There you go. I can fake medical training. I'm real good with a Band-Aid.
Hey, have you ever seen Holiday Inn Express?
There you go. All right, so we have those 3 items on the consent items. I guess, do we have
Recommend the consent items as presented.
we have a recommendation? Do I have a motion?
Motion.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor? Yes. All right. Now I'd like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Roger Hayes, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second? All in favor?
Yes.
Meeting adjourned.